Alright. Let's go.
God, I know you're watching. I know that you think that you're success.
Alright, so there we go. Again, I already mentioned before that I was going to try and find a way to beat it. So I said when I was getting extra time, I was going to do it. So yeah, I'm going to try my best and beat this game the best way I can possible. Because I think there's a trial or two left that I have to do, from what I've heard. So we balling. Now, how y'all doing though? But yeah, it's the birthday. Keep it going. Because once I do this, I'm probably not doing this game till like next week, I think. Then I can just go ahead and worry about Xenoverse stuff and Xenozone Zero stuff. Because tomorrow, that's what I'm going to be doing anyway. So let's get this out the way. April 17th, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Jenny, are you alright? Why didn't you say anything? Actually, hold up. Let me see something. Can I hear myself? Okay, I can hear myself. Okay. Had to make sure. My bad. My eyes are still a little iffy. What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? Gina, because, you know, we're like, how do I explain it? We're like family. We're like family. We gotta take care of each other, like, you know, family. That's what Susanoo would want. That's what I would want. You know what I'm saying? What? There we go. My eyes feel a little weird though. Well, you saw it. The picture. That picture. What picture? Ah. You mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-headed recorder? Well, I didn't think I would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that thinks I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. I do think you're innocent. But let me tell you something, ma'am. Tell me, can you tell me? I don't care what you think I'm gonna think. Tell me what happened, so I know. Of course I can. Jenny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? That's when we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went out down the street to the 2-in-1. It's Wendy Banks' place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it was about or nothing, but if you're asking me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. That's why he lied to Iris about sticking it to the lug with Wendy Bank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Wendy Banks? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick. And then that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I literally died. I did. And the next thing I knew... I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what. That's rare. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think the pickpockets were in for armed robbery. The manuscript. Have you gotten in here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story. I beg your pardon? The hound, the something, or, if it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. But I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do ya? I just want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sakes, stop waving the gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door. We both went inside. And it was there, alright, the manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Jenny? Anyway, that's then there was a bit of the kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Smoking Brothers arrived on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And he was gonna get cooked anyway. And she would have. The funny thing is, she actually would have been safe if she actually went out there and did her thing. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back into the shop. I unback the door like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help see. So I was about to go in the store myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off. Two, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there was... right in front of me, laying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it and shut and locked it quickly as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybake might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windybake was a goner. I felt funny in me head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must have been when you passed out, Gina. If I had done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said is, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Janie. Don't worry. Just stay stronger. Stay strong a little longer. Riddle's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove, what was there in the afternoon? That Egbert Benedict? Indeed. We need him out. Yep, it has to be him. I still remember how he looked at me. Like I was nothing. Yeah, he looked like he was nothing, alright. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all to Runo's capable hands now, Jenny. Yeah, I trust you. Like, I'm not going to deny your trust. Like, look, if you wanted to lie, you could have been lied about a lot of other stuff. So look, I trust you. I trust you to cook. And who the heck just texted me about something? Alright, what the heck is this? Who the heck just texted me about something? I think someone just texted me about something. Hold on, give me a second. There we go. Let's see, who just texted me about something? Alright, there we go. I had to make sure my thing was good. We're good. Mr. Nara Oda. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I told you, didn't I? I mean, have you forgotten what had happened before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him. Even though he was the killer. Even though he was a killer. Well, technically he already died. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? If you're lying, I don't think you would have been. I don't think your conscience would let that happen. Like, look what you're doing now. You could be working to get another killer off the hook. For all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And as strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty, getting cooked. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who done it. Oh, Bruno. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. The GOAT himself. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy. I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking. Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't have to so you don't need to worry, and you don't have to worry either. Both are perfect. I won't let you down, though. Even though I'm a diver? A no-good liar? You're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're a friend, Jenny. And on top of that, let's keep it a buck. Do you think McGilded would do exactly what you're doing right now? That he would apologize? McGilded would never even do that. Iris. We know you better than you think. We've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Nora Oda, Are you gonna say thank you, or... She's crying. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Excuse me. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith into you, or in you. It's rough out here. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. I hope you're watching over me, too, partner. Hey, welcome back, Abel. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm trying to get this case done so I can just rest on this game for next week. Well, the next week, my bad. The 17th of April, 1:41 p.m. I was going to say a.m. because it is straight up like about to be a.m. for me. The Old Bailey's courtroom. But it's p.m. though. I might as well say a.m. at this point. I mean, it's about close to being the other case. But it's level 12 right now, though. Alright, I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Seeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's persists of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such an untried method to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It is a big mistake to cross Hurley and me, a very big mistake. My lord, the appointed witness has just arrived in the building. Then how about, how about y'all just give them some adventure so they can be cooking? There you go. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. Perfect, I want you here. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Now that makes a lot better sense. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central's communications station. Now perhaps someone would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with the murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Bro, can you stop doing your little dances? You're kind of making me want to crash out on you. Or you doing dumb nonsense. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of the pawnbroking services from time to time. Well, no. Okay, let me explain to you. His name is actually graded because, okay, Edgar Benedict was like his name. It wasn't his actual name. Because that's why we pressed him before about his name. Because his thing was supposedly, at first it was Edgar Benedict. Because the other thing, now he has to say his actual name to court because he can't lie in court. Because if you lie in court, you're kind of cooked. And if he lies about the name, the woman was just going to say his name anyway. Because that's what we talked about before and stuff about that thing. But yeah, anyway, go back here though. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into a place on the night of the murder? I have no intentions of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found on the scene. Oh no, you good, Dave, you're good. So pretty much, yeah, that's happened though. But yeah, it was a little back then. I think 2 streams ago, or 2 or 3 streams ago, before this one, was when they talked about his name being Edgar Benedict, and then this trial, or technically the one or whatever, he was doing that. But claimed that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scarematch detectives' homebrew tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. All right, bro. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's wills is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not uphold Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Edgar Benedict? Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are? Ryunosuke Naruhoda, defense lawyer, we have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, Achate. This man's a Hall of Fame capper too, or this man just doesn't know us in general. So, did this dude really give me his hat? Like I'm supposed to hold it? Man, I'm gonna crash out on this man. This man really said, "Olay!" He just gave me his hats. Like I don't want your stupid hat. I'd crush your stupid hat. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Bro, like, man, take your stupid hat back here, bro. What do you mean? Alright. That's fine, I don't care. I might press you on that. Okay. Okay, hold up. Hold on, what you mean by that though, bro? What you mean by that? Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? Well, you're the only ones that's green, unless you can find someone that can tell you or testify that, hey, I'm the guy that did it and went to the shop and got shot. You're the only one that did it. And if anything, go out there. Let's see your blood, bro. Like, come on now. Let me see your shoulder. Like, take the suit off. Take the whole suit off. Let's see the body. Let's see the shoulders that got shots, and you were bleeding from this thing completely. You can't just deny this evidence that you were right there. You got bleeding because the girl kind of grabbed it and you scratched her thing on the bumps. You can't deny that. And on top of that, you can't deny this thing right here. You can't deny these two things here. You can't. It's your blood. Your blood against anyone else's. His is purple. His is blue. We thought Sholmes was this color. That's why I was kind of confused. But then we realized that that blood is green, so that has to be yours. So come on now. How can you be sure that the blood is mine? Bro. Dude, are you stupid? Look at this evidence. Boom, boom. Look. Okay, let me ask a question. From that thing right there, you see right there, was that not bleeding? Because if you lie, we have 4 people that can vouch. One of them that's far away. So I don't think you would lie. We have 3 to 4 people that can vouch here. We have 1 that can vouch. That's seen you get cut from it. We have this witness right here. He can vouch for us. I was the other witness. 3 people against your 1. Actually, 4 people. Gina. And Wendy Bank, that's dead, but that's besides the point. So technically, you had 5 people. You just got rid of 1 person. So you have technically 4 other witnesses that accept me to just tell that you're the one that did it. And you're going to say, ignore Gina. So that's fine. We can ignore Gina. But even then, you still have Sholmes. And you have, well, Mika Toba's on the so that's all I can say is Sholmes. Sadly. But yeah, we have 5 people. And then, if you would put me in there, that can go out there and say something. But for now, never mind. But come on now. It could equally be the blood of one of these 2 miscreants. Dude, none of them have injuries. They don't have injuries, dude. How do you know? Okay, guys, take your suits off. You know, I rest my case. Congratulations. Now, go out. Your turn. Yep, I'd be like, yee. Every individual's blood is slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? You don't know Detective Sholmes? Herlock Sholmes? The man? That man? This guy right here? Who was, by the way, with you at the exact same time? Yeah, I know you stupid. Oh, I assumed all lenders would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. Sadly, I can't say great detective. He's a good detective, but he's not the greatest. A great detective, you say? Tisk. Now we're in the realms of a fairy tale, aren't we?
Excuse me.
Let's talk. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? Oh, no. Other brother. No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Can we call him by Ringo? Like, this point, let's call him Ringo and, Dagon. What's the other dude name? And Nash. Can we just call him Nash and Ringo? Right. I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I gotta tell ya? Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Core blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? And me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Gov. Nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. Interesting. Oh, if he moves his arm like that, he gonna get a wound again, huh, buddy? That sounds kind of crazy right there, buddy. That sounds sounds kind of crazy. Dang, I didn't know you had a wound. Do you want to talk more about that? Do you want to talk more about that? Ashley Graydon, do you want to talk more about that? What wound? Yeah, talk. What wound? What wound, man? What's the wound? What's the wound? Where you took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting. Tell us more about that bullet, though. When did that bullet? You said it happened 2 days ago, right? How did you get shot? How did you get shot? Let me know about that. So I was well, you know, I was worrying for him, and oh, elbows. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. Where'd you get the injury from? I got this Naruto shirt here, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Okay, you don't mind if I just smack that arm, do you? Just a good smack to that arm? Just see if it hurts? If it doesn't, then you're good then. But if you move though, hey, you cooked. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. And it looks like you're kind of holding on to this a little bit. You're holding on a little bit to this too much, buddy. Perhaps you'd allow the court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. Or is that just that bad? Or come on. Tell me. No, I refuse. Okay, well, what's my case, Rada? Get me out of here, bro. Get us out of here. He's the killer. Get him out. Like, why are we here? This man really refused to do that. You can't refuse that. Especially if it comes to the evidence. Nope. Come on. That's different if he ain't up here. But look, I'm telling you. Come on now. You better. I'm telling you. You better be ready when I cook you up like I did Manfred von Karma. That was on Twitch, though. But yes, that's point. Hey, I heard you like the every trial, man. Hey, I can't be mad about that, though. I mean, the game is pretty good, though. This is serious. There are no rules. You're right, man. You're right. Why the heck did Devil Manfred von Karma have to go out there and get his arm examined? The other judge well, actually, I can't say that about the other judge. The other judge and this judge did the exact same thing. I feel like they're long lost brothers or long lost cousins or something at this point. Or long lost granddads at this point. Like, what are we doing here? You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Well, I mean, sadly, you know what's funny about that? I do, but the fact is they won't accept it as evidence apparently, because it's too newfangled. Like, brother, he's the same guy. The same guy, bro. Get this man a raise. This man needs a break. I'm telling you, the only break this man had was in the other Ace Attorney game. But that man is I ain't gonna lie, that man gotta go, bro. If that's the same judge every time, he needs a break. Tell that judge he need to go get some rest or something. He need to go out there and rest with Damon Gann out there, just clapping his hands the entire time. That man needs a break. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As long as he didn't say privacy, but I don't think he would have the right to say privacy. To be fair, if you showed up with the new untested tech, it wouldn't fly. That's fair. I wouldn't be mad about it. But why couldn't they be like, you know what? Interesting. Okay, let's look at this real quick. Okay. Evidence, but that's fair. That is fair. I would say that is fair, though. But me personally, that's like the best piece of evidence to have. If they want to test it so much, they could literally did it after recess and be like, hey, do you mind if I see that newfangled doohickey right there? Go out there, test it, see how it goes, and just see how the blood is. And then go from there and just see how it is. Literally. Just make them bleed again, we good. The jury could accept it, but the judge can't. Okay, that's fair. The jury did accept it, though. The jury did accept it, though. I will say it. The jury accepted it, so I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take that, though, at least. But yeah, like I said, they're not going to accept it, though. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. Because literally they didn't want to accept the newfangled evidence. But it's okay, though. It's okay, though. Once I find one little stumble, you fumbling, and I'm going to cook you up. That's just me. I'm just being honest, though. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense as the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to the Mr. Graydon's formal testimony, but it's every case, like in the these red games. Well, to be fair, I'm trying to think. Yep, it's always fun, but I can't slip it. Now, I'll say this. The other case, I think it was the case before this one, if I'm not mistaken. Is it the case before this one that the other lady died? Not died, but not died. My bad. Supposedly was killed, but not killed, though. But what's that woman called? I forgot her name. The olive woman? That wasn't killed or whatever? But yeah, I think almost all of them are murder mysteries, though. But the other lady didn't die, though. It's just the fact that she got hit with a knife because of a literal woman that just got mad at her husband. Yep, there you go. Perfect. That's the perfect woman out there that didn't die, but got hit by a knife. It still has survived. I don't get how that went. I just was balling. I think the main one I know, at least. I think that's mainly every case like that, though. Very well, counsel. The duology is the only one with non-murder cases. Makes sense, makes sense. Continue with the testimony, Mr. Graydon. Let's go. I gotta stretch my leg real quick. Okay. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokering establishment where the man was killed. What I'm gonna do is, with these things, I'll read these in regular voices, but yeah. We are going to press that, though. We are definitely going to press that. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. Then go ahead and talk more then, buddy. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. So you want these? So you want a chair like this? You want a chair like this? A chair like these? I understand. If you want a chair like that, I highly understand. I understand, but I think you want a little bigger one, but I understand your point, sir.
Objection.
No. You were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Dude! He was there, you dum-dum! Why are you a liar?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Like, what are you doing, you dum-dum? Why are you lying to the court? He was there. He literally came in the last second because you stole it with Whitney. You were literally on Whitney Bank's head about it, bro. Come on. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Because this guy is capping his butt off. Eh? Come again, Sunshine? Oh, this guy's a dummy. Dude, you did the face. Please. Say what you're trying to say. You were there too, in fact. Weren't you, Inspector? Like, literally, that afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting you yourself in the pawnbrokers afternoon. You and your young Japanese assistant and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. I don't know. That was, I don't know, the overcoat in this music box disc right here, this thing right here with the thing that says for McGilded or to McGilded. Is it for, does it say for or to McGilded? Like, this handwriting right here is atrocious. I know this is McGilded, but is this for or to? I can't tell with this daggone weird tail letter. I'm assuming it's, oh no, bro. Y'all tell me. Y'all tell me. That thing is terrible. And they be talking about my handwriting is bad. Golly. And then the blood right here. Come on, bro. Why you capping? Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. Get this man fired. Can we bring out another person that was actually there? This guy is full of brain losses, bro. You lost all your brain cells trying to think. Okay, it says 4 McGilded. Okay, thank you. I was about to say, it looked like 4 or 2. I didn't know it was a 4 or 2, because I can't tell. What? But you must, bro! You were there! You was the arresting officer! I'm not gonna lie and pretend I don't remember something that I don't. You was a dummy, bro. What's going on here? Grexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windy Banks? Yes, of course. Indeed. And the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Because he is. He literally is the witness. Look at that. You're right there. It's 11 a.m. Exactly. He's got my memory. But please don't do that in the trial, though, Ava. Please. I'm gonna feel so bad because literally I'm gonna be like, hey, yeah. I don't remember this. They're gonna probably be salty the entire time. They're gonna be like, bro, what do you mean you don't remember? I just don't know. Oh, dang. They're gonna lose the case every time. They already getting cooked with this. Probably getting cooked with this. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied the fact. Buddy, you're denying the fact that you didn't get the disc. You killed Windy Banks, so he couldn't even really talk to you. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Grexit be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything, which is kind of fair, but at this point... He's well aware that the less he says, the less he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to Skulkin Brothers. Yes, they're the key to it after all. So he says he has nothing to do with Windy Banks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Alright, and we did this, right? Okay, do I need to do this? Like, I forget to do homework that was assigned that day. If I don't write it down. Hey, honestly, that's fair. That's actually fair, though. I just usually do the homework I can whenever I'm at school and just try to get it out the way possible, so I ain't got to worry about it. That's usually what I do. Okay, so I guess we'll do that real quick. So this is blood, probably from someone's fingertips. Well deduced, but it's not just someone's fingertips, Mr. Benedict's fingertips. The man dressed in all white? Yes, it happened that afternoon in Windy Banks. She had tried to snatch this disc out the man's hand, and the sharp little bumps cut his thumb. So the lesson is, if someone tries to grab a music box disc from you, let go quickly. The lesson is don't snatch things, surely. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could be a valuable weapon. Alright, let's... Wait, hold on, what the heck?
Objection!
Let's just get that out the way, buddy. Why are you lying? Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Have you seen that disc before? Yeah, the disc that you cut your thumb, you know, cut your little, you know, your finger with, your fingertip with? Yeah, talk. Why? Is that supposed to mean something? The disc was, until the day of his murder, in the pawn in Mr. Windybake's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody, of course, was you. Of course, you know what I'm saying? Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? Talk to me. As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. Then what, you have a twin brother? Where's your twin brother at? I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from the abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, can I see your hand? Can we see your hand then? Let me see your hand. Let me see your hand. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious! Indeed it must! Mr. Graydon, let me see your hand! You refused to allow the corpse to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Please do, because if you do, I need him just guilty instantly. Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? This man's a capper, so admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Do it. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. There's no misunderstanding! Literally! We have people that can vouch for me! Well, there's people that could vouch for me. No, I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say, buddy? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Dude, are you dumb? This disc, hold up, my bad, wrong one above it. This disc right here is for McGilded to give out to the girl. Unless McGilded told you, hey, I want you to have this disc right here. You have no room to talk. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of a pawn? Then why does it say for McGilded then, buddy? Or to McGilded? To or for McGilded? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm not quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. That's for me to decide, not you, buddy. That's for me to decide. I'm just gonna say that. It's for me to decide, not you. Let's go. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Honestly, If that was the case, I wouldn't be too mad about it because McGilda do be out there trying to rob people. I ain't gonna lie, he be out there taking money and robbing people. That's fair. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy guttling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Okay, we might press that because you left that time. You left and then they do it. So how would you know about that? Because you shouldn't even have been there for that. Because they put you away and then they took, or actually you walked away and said, I bid you farewell, and you dipped out afterwards. So how did you know about that? In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. I might do 4 and 5. 4 and 5 I'm pressing if I need to. Did I hear you correctly, sir? Mr. McGilded, you say, the famous London philanthropist who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Then congratulations. Now we have a motive for you. Because we could just say you didn't like McGilded. Congratulations. Order! Well, I certainly did not expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, the disc was placed in pawn on the fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. So, 4th and 5th one we are pressing if it comes down to it. Which we are doing now. I don't want to hear that. No one cares. 4th and 5th one we are definitely pressing now.
Hold it!
Let me talk to you real quick. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very same man. This was the very man. There he is. Yeah, don't you look good right there? You got the eyebrow. They got the little. Makes it. He's doing that every time. Yeah, makes sense. All right. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
To talk to you. Is something wrong, Inspector? Or you're not doing your job? What do you mean? Why the heck are you doing this every time? Are you forgetting for no reason? The last remark Mr. Gray made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? Is this for another case at hand that we don't know about? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about them. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet, he had a dark side, too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out. We're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let's return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. There's two of them. There's the box one here, and then there's the code one. We could do the box one.
Objection.
Because we already had the code, so go for the box. This disc was deposited at Wendy Banks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it yourself. Did you not?
Objection.
Conjecture again. In any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. Here's the thing about it, though. Did you read the whole thing? Did you read the whole thing? Did you read the whole thing, though? Did you read the whole thing of when it was out and stuff? Because the date's there. There's a cat here. Then there's evidence. Congratulations, you played yourself. The witness had no reason to visit that pawnbrokery again then.
Objection.
Shush. It's my turn to talk, buddy. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? You stole my catchphrase? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Wendy Banks. Two of them. A coat and a box. A disc in particular, though. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves it. Talk to you. There was two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Wendy Banks' pawnbrokery. I say Mr. Wendy Banks, but hey, that's the point. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Because someone said there's a second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had that man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke in to the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box that we don't know nothing about? We don't know nothing about the box. But hey, we know you were bleeding. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Why are you trying to cap so much, though? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. That is actually a good point. Why did you wait? Why didn't you wait? Literally. You literally could have waited. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means for some reason... Excuse me. This Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does he?
Objection.
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. Incontrovertible, my bad. I couldn't say that one word. I hate my life right now. Some words I just can't say. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Wendy Banks' pawnbrokery. You don't think you could just open the thing and then go from there? And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detectives' securities cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using the plan of the shop's layout. I'm looking at my controller. Good, okay. The victim establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. That's fair. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winniebank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which article was placed for sale once forfeited. According to the new information on this ticket, McGilded's small box had been forfeited already. Wait, what? Wait, forfeited already? Wait, what time? What day? 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th of April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop's front. Now, what I have here is the print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th of April. Go ahead. The victim certainly had a full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Okay, so we can use this. We can use this for these 2. For those 2, whenever they put in evidence. That's how you know there's more evidence. Like, bro, there's so much evidence here that it's ridiculous. That's so much evidence. I'm just looking at stuff right now. I don't know why that thing looks a little weird. That thing looks a little weird to me. I don't know why, but it looks weird to me. I will not explain it, but that thing looks weird to me. But hey, we're balling, we balling. Don't worry, we balling. That thing look a little weird to me, just a little, but not that much though. It looks a little weird though. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, oh my god, I yawned, my bad. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Bro, wait, okay, I don't believe it, man. If I could have shown that he stole Mr. McGilded's pawn box, I might be able to break him down at least. Bro, can you stop dancing? Who says he needed to take the box down? Apparently the judge and apparently the other guy, they think that he needs the box. The box could have just had the music disc in it. I don't know why they don't think that, but look, this ain't attorney, bro. They don't care about actual nonsense. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. I know they ain't the same, because I looked at something and it looked a little bit awkward. It looked a little bit weird. To my likings. But hey, we need to go out there and cook with that, you know what I'm saying? What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in the fact of the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. there be some indiscrepancy in the two photograph prints somewhere? Let's point out the discrepancy, I'm pretty much sure of, because, I mean, I don't, it is what it is, though. Hold up. My arms are not having a good day. It's kind of too late. It's kind of too late. I was going to use the stereoscope for the next day, though, but I wasn't sure at first. But there's a clear discrepancy between the two prints. What? If I mess up, I will definitely do the stereoscope. No. You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. And who the heck keeps texting me? Who does he text me? Okay. So we see this here. You see this, we see this. My bad. You got this here. Then you got this box right here. I was kind of weirded out by these weird box things. And I couldn't tell. It's like this box out there. Will you be playing the Grades 32 after this? Yes, I will, but it will be next month. Not next month, but it'll be next week. So probably like, I'm going to tell y'all the date for it. Whenever I finish this thing. But I would say I would do that game around... Hold up, let me tell y'all. The date I'll do that is, where would that be at? I would say around the 17th for Monday. So, March 17th is when I do that game. I'll let y'all know that. March 17th is when I would do that game. We'll do this game again, but for the other thing for it. But yeah, there's so many nonsense out here. But hold up. I'll give me one little second. Make sure my phone is good. You said it will be on the, hold up. You said, what? You said the cylinder thingy moved? Bottom left? Alright, here's what we do. Give me a second. There we go. So, are you talking about this spot right here for your side? Because I was thinking it was around over this side. So I was kind of confused by it. Because wait, it looks like right here. It looks like the problem is right here. I was thinking it was this side right here, around this side. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking around this side might be the thing. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What's the other thing? It's right up here or something, or where is it? The other side down. You're confused. Oh crap. Okay.
Take that!
Yeah, you were confusing the heck out of me. I know what I was referring to, but like you were confusing me. You were confusing me. I just had to assume it was that right there. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. Yeah, that thing was not gonna help. I'm not gonna lie. The best thing I was gonna say you could have said. Hold on, give me a second. The best thing I could have said, was in the middle-ish. I would have said the middle-ish type of thing. That probably would help me out. But I was just a little too focused on the other side. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. Well, there you go. Perfect. Works out for me. By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Wendy Banks on the night in question. However, there could be no doubt that somebody picked up on this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelf. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But... Okay, but doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. We're gonna have to just cap. It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that be possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? That the small box probably had the disc in there, maybe? We don't know. I'm suggesting that we need to examine the box as soon as possible, ASAP. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Wendy Banks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. What, did you get it? Some little box belonged to the man who died 2 months ago. Can it possibly be relevant to this trial? Man, Judge, man, man, object this objection.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Seeks. Thank you. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, shut that man up. He don't need to talk. I need this evidence. Let me see the evidence. He's like, I hate my life here. He hates his life. He's like, I want to crash out. Greatest just want to crash out too. Yeah, crash if you want to. I'll whoop your tail too. Yeah. We ain't about that. Let's just see, bro. Let's just see what's in that box. Whether it's something in there and something not in there. I don't know. We got to figure out.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Seeks. I could kick you out my courtroom. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese speciality, it would seem.
What are you trying to say here?
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness' intent was to steal an artifact belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
We don't know that! The disc right here could be worth a lot for all we care. We don't even know. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
There we go. I'm stretching my legs out there. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was not found guilty. Or found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society, as with his reputation implied, in fact. Well, his reputation implied, in fact. That's the point. So I propose a toast to my learned friend in his most insightful defense. The articles this upstated member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, in a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such a thing to me. Then why you take it then? Why you trying to take it for? Because you hate Mr. McGilda, yeah. You know, that does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewel, is it? No, goodness knows, Mr. McGilda was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbroker, I'm quite certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. No, it's not! Brother, you act like he just can't take other stuff. He can get away with it. Who's going to stop him? Let's be honest. Who's going to stop this man? Who's really going to stop this man? Sherlock Holmes? Herlock Sholmes? Like, come on now. I'm calling it Sherlock Holmes, Hollock Sherms. Either way, big fella. He gonna get away with it. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its arguments. Can you stop breaking that glass? You stop breaking that thing? You do that every time. You show your boots, you throw your bottle at the where? Was it green? Yep, he was. He was looking for an armchair at the bond brokery, from what he said in his testimony. So yeah. To explain what possible significance that these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any way tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know McGilda's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll all have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina's committed perjury. But Jenny... Can it be Van Zeke knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out, every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could be critically damage our chances of winning this case. We're gonna have to. What's the right thing to do here? Have Gina testify. I'm not caring. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. I'm gonna say a proposal. But proposal now. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objections. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, as I go get some water. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Dang it. I hate this controller keeps falling off. Okay, hold on. Let me look at your thing real quick. Okay, my phone says 34. Dang, 34%. Why is that 34%? Dang. It says, why do I feel like this is kind of similar to when Phoenix Wright defended himself? Well, technically, he has defended himself. So, I mean, I won't lie. I mean, it's pretty much like, the other Ace Attorney games. Just, a little different with it. One's in, like, Japan and British type of stuff. But, yeah. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Mr. Straw testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. The articles that Mr. McGilded has deposited in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. Indeed she was. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say at least. I agree with you there. Now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of the 2 months again. Or 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, which makes sense. He was technically the only person there other from the girl and then there was the victim. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck. With the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Mr. Strahd whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of incident, Mr. Strahd was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. That much is true and set in stone. Then immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in this course of the proceedings. Mr. Strahd, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean, for me at least. I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Mr. Strahd, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is is heck bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. It's understandable, but we gotta do this anyway. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. Who just texted me about something? There we go. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything going to come out. Like Mantic said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The truth is, that Breakmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under my seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head. That pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. Not the cops, though, but the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some 10 to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me to not snitch, not to say nothing to no one and what I've seen or heard. Okay, I guess we've just pressed everything. I don't know what to do about that one. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. Well, I mean, what could she do? She was gonna get bodied if she said so. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in order to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Sadly, I wouldn't know until the last second. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was brought to the court, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the East. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Nara Oda, the lawyer there, didn't know nothing about it. Humbug! I don't think so. We are really expected to believe that. Believe what you will. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm doing my thing. He really stitched everyone up, did he? Did he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lights have to stop. Yes, the defense made some terrible errors of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allow the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of the calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhoda. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhoda. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Well, we're doing our best to keep her alive. Like, look, you're probably not going to get beaten worse than I am. I'm probably going to get whooped and get my daggone badge revoked. Okay, let's talk. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? And plus, did they forget that he was going to body her if he said anything slick? He could have literally just paid someone off and then got her killed. Are we just forgetting about that? That man McGilded was so rich, he could probably just buy all our property and then laugh at it. But hey, it is what it is, I guess.
If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Why are y'all talking to each other? He's like, hey, you better do your job. I ain't playing with you, man. I need my money back. Hey, I got you, man. I got you, man. Don't worry. I got you, bro. I got you. Don't worry about it, man. I'm gonna make sure you all good, man. I'm not gonna snitch, bro. I'm not no 6ix9ine out here. Good. That's what I like to hear. They were back here. They were back here. That's great work, though. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilden was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me to say I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilden and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talk a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared back then, or by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone killing over on the floor. It was booming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. That's fair. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. Let's talk about that too. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilden picked up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with the knife in his belly on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was that scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started to ask me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in that carriage was noticed? Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head. The pair on the roof deck went to call off the stops. I'm assuming it's the cops, but yeah. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe, which was Mr. First, or Leda First, and then Bruce Fairplay, I'm assuming. I forgot about him. But yeah, that's right. Yeah, Bruce Fairplay and Leda First. They must have been looking down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilden got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the stops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilden, the driver, and you still in the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. He did. It was Beppo. Yep, a fellow who went by the name Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilden and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. Hold it! That pawn shop obviously being Wendy Bakes on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Perhaps the excursion of the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up and carefully, before it handed it over. When I saw him do it, I remember thinking, that coat and what it's has got to be worth a few bob. I'm assuming that's a currency, but I don't know what kind of money is bob. Yes, Gina was sure that the disc must have been worth more than Mr. Whittybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when Mr. McGill flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at the lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Indeed he did. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what he did. Let's go. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in the court 2 months ago. Well, that's not her fault. Let's keep it a buck. In her situation, what are you gonna do? Because if you go out there, you snitch. He's buying your whole crew. He's buying them. He's gonna kill them. He's just gonna laugh at you. He's gonna take those lumps. He already knows where you live at. You kind of just cooked. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was, he told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I'd have to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the lug, to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had in the driver's deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell her the truth like that. Jenny's really putting her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her for that, she'll have to be faced with a charge of perjury once this trial is over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Yeah, they're talking. Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I could do about it. You know what? I feel like I have an idea what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm gonna do this.
Hold it!
There you go. Alright, this one I'm gonna do.
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Perfect! There you go! We stopped that crap immediately. Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Oh, what? Blimey, you gave me a heart attack. Let me talk to y'all. Y'all can't be doing this in the middle of a courtroom. You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one. Excuse me. Sunshine? Well, I mean, y'all were talking for a good old while. You were like, the entire time. Let me know. Talk to me. You think I got something to talk about with this shady jit like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've been clearly talking to each other the entire time. I've been crossing him and Gina. Why does my throat feel like crap? Like, dang. It's as if though they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough.
I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. Makes sense? It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. In negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run so smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, and the expense of another man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, Mr. McGilded's coat and the contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should have done with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the article as your own. Well, why not, eh? They're only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gave them up? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. They ain't no crime. Mr. Strahd, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. They ain't no crime.
He's not lying there.
My lord. The evidence your lordship requires has been located. It is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Let's see what's in that thing. Let's see what's in that thing. Yeah, look, I did the best I could. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind there's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. And I'm assuming this will be the last trial. The next one will be the last trial. I'ma get me some water. We are locking in. I'm getting me some water while I'm at it. I'm getting me some water. There we go. Let me put this right. Put my headphones right here. And I'm going to switch this and the other thing off. Give me a second. There we go. I'm gonna try and finish the game as quick as possible, if I can. The best way I can, but entertainingly as possible. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on that night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems. Alright, look, congratulations. Put the disc in there. Put the disc in there. Judge, your honor, sir. Your lordship, look. This is what you need to do. This right here. Put it inside the box. Put it inside the thing that looks like a weird music box. And this trial is over. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do, Your Honor. That's all you need to do. It shouldn't be that long. Think about it. Think about putting the disc in the thing. And we're good. We can be done with this trial. I'm telling you. But okay. That's the question. Can it fit? That's why I want the judge to look at it. If the judge fits the thing in the music box, he's gonna be like, good gracious. And he'll be like, oh yeah, he's good. Innocent. Or something like that. I don't know. I need something along those lines. We won't tell unless he actually puts it in there. Now, if it don't fit in there, then, ignore me. He does it. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Again, wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that that might be the case. It would appear that the box housed a miniature music box movement. And guess what? It's a music box disc, so we could just put it in there and just see if it works. If it's in it, it goes in there. Then hey, it deals with that. And guess what? He stole something. Well, technically, McGill stole something. It technically then it came to the other person. So yeah. Yeah, Gray, you stole this. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it's a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Thank you. Van Zeeks even said, you know what, let's just get this out the way. Yeah, it goes to this. That's fair, though. Come on, just put it in there and see if it works. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windy Banks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of the victim in the omnibus. There you go. Well, yeah, it was the victim, yeah. But why? For heaven's sake! Are we to understand that the Brickwigger was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? That sounds like it. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Dude, you're gonna break your chips! And apparently they call it chips and something. But I can't say that about that, but yeah, you're breaking your chips though, brother. I know it's fries, it looks like fries though, but man, you're breaking your chips and or fries, bro. What are you doing? He's like, sorry, my lord, I can't let you take that. That's evidence that we need to keep. My brother, relax. Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the sombre atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly, bit of music. Shut up! Shut up, Inspector! This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Okay, let me ask you this, sir. Are you ready to take the case and, like, the causes of, I don't know, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Are you ready to face, like, I don't know, I don't want to say it's perjury, but I mean, you're kind of like, trying to disrupt the court. What's something that's, like, disrupting the court, man? Like, you gotta do with that, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. You better hope it's worth saving Egbert Benedict or, AG, who is actually graded. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what happened. Yeah, I wouldn't care though. I mean, look, man, look. The girl had no choice but to take an L or get killed. You know what I'm saying? Look, she had to go out there and pretend that she couldn't say nothing, but they're gonna call her with perjury. He should get hit with the same thing. I don't care if he's an officer of the law or not. This is a kid that literally got killed because of McGilded. They both need to take the punishment. If they're gonna give her the punishment, they're gonna have to give him a punishment or something. Do something. They need to do something. No one's gonna save her in the first place. They just say, nah, she got pickpocket, and they get her cooked. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't. Shut up. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it's a policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Congratulations, why don't you just bring Lord Strongheart to help you if that was your case? Gah! No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna be honest here. I'm not a Morse code guy, but I'll make something work. I'll make something work. But yeah, this definitely is not music though. This definitely ain't no music. That definitely ain't no music though. Well, what on earth? That certainly is not what I would call music. Yeah, that isn't music. That's not supposed to be music. That is not music. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You just said, hold up. You just said Morse code. So it could be, uh, well, I guess I know what the evidence I could just point is. I could just point what it is evidence since you said that. Since you said Morse code. If it's referring to actual code like that. Guys, guess I got today's paper. Hey, we here, I guess. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. And plus, the guy, like, Greg says, like, hey, wait a minute, please. That does sound like a secret. Mr. Graydon! This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, kid. No, it's not broken. No, it's actual. Nah, you're not doing that. Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regrets. Yeah, man, look, if I want to do that, I just look at a puzzle at that point. I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the ways of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the box be a possibly new clue? It could be a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord! But how could it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there is one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there, chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him sees a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the note sound, and yet he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, though. Like, I'm not a Morse code guy, but, like, yeah, I understand. If that's the stance of defense, my deputy's friend, answer me this. Oh. What's up? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanated from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Oh, you shook now. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Hey, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court will like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Japanese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it would be the depth of your ill-formed arguments. Well, bro, I gotta thing, because they said Morse code. I know what I think I know what I can say. Exactly.
The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. Mhm. They got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet. Runo? I just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Hang on, sorry. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Okay, so it can only produce that one note. Alright. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Because ours actually gave us the thing too. Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one. Like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what is the devil is it, Council? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimonies we've heard, start pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nepalese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of the latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get at a fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence of this explaining the new trade agent thing, yeah. It is some secrets. Because Morse code can be secrets that we don't know about.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. Yes, but give me a second. I'm going to change my controller real quick. Council? Alright, there we go. Let me put my controller right here. Charge it. There we go. And let me see. Can I hear myself when I do this real quick? There we go. Okay, we can. Perfect. Alright, perfect. There we go. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. Look at the back, Your Honor. Can you have a brain cell to look at the back? No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and linked to various other countries. Presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams, which, by the way, the lady and Ashley Graydon are the main two that work there with telegrams and telegraphs. I rest my case. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Let me talk to you. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Yes, you. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon over there, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports, correct? Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station after all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap. I believe it's called Morse code, like someone in the chat said. But I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communication officer, which is you or the man that already was here in the first place. Oh, are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Hey, I wasn't even thinking about Morse code, but hey, perfect. Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Did Grayson say goodbye to your life, or Graydon say goodbye to your life? Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? The sort of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidentiality, or confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and all the important discs lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal a high act of treason punishable by death. Excuse me, so the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of night, because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got in the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So, in response to the defense accusation, you claim completely innocent, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here and listen in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Yeah, counter it. Hit me with that full counter. Hit me with that thing. Hit me with your best shot. Yeah, hit me with your best shot. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is a murder of the pawnbroker Mr. Windybank, that being a most litigious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let's proceed. You may... You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. What are you gonna say? Oh, it's not our boss, sir. It's not our boss. Shut your mouth. No one cares about you. Stop talking. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Scowlin. But we ain't baddies enough to sell our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Come on, man, don't leave us hanging. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
At this point, y'all might as well be bros. They out there trying to do the posting. They did that post like 4 or 5 times already. Greatest counter. Let's talk then. Let's talk. My bad, my brain. A mere communications officer could possibly steal confidential government information. Okay. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. We're pressing that for sure. I'm pressing 1 and 2 probably. Though, but I'm definitely pressing 2 though. There was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Mr. McGill anyway, was it not? I have no relation to that man. Can we... I don't think we can press him on that, because he probably doesn't know. Not that we know of. Look, all we done is break into the gaps the other night, like we were told to do. If we had known we was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. There's so much nonsense going on. There's so much nonsense going on. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up?
There you go.
Oh crap, dang, this thing is terrible. Okay, this thing not... I don't want my volume to be up that high now, but okay.
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
We did, Gov. We did.
Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezers whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't even have to die, did he? God.
Let's know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it happens, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Graydon's counter. Alright. Let's press this, and then we're going to press 2. I don't know if we're going to press any more, but I'm definitely pressing these 2 at least. So this is the newspaper headlines accurate. Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop.
Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communications station officers aren't as slowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating.
Yes, I'm lying, buddy. Yeah.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of an idol. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. That sounds like a skill issue.
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always being made behind closed doors so they can't be heard.
In any case, all messages are enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop.
Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communication team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. He received the top prize at the Ciphering Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now.
You have a top-tier glazer, congratulations, but you're cooked though. She's a top-tier glazer.
And how old is this woman? We need to know this. We don't even know her name. But that is your top-tier glazer. So, hey, at least you can go out there and say you have a top-tier glazer.
That's fascinating. Anything else you want to say, sir? Anything else you want to say? Anything else you want to say to that? I mean, it seems like she's saying that you're the best in the world. Like, bro, she is literally tapping that thing away. You're kind of cooked, buddy. I'm not even reading that, though, but... Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Okay, yeah, we heard it. Let's talk about that, because we know it's Morse code. They're not? To anyone who was a brain, that would be blatant, apparent on listening to the music note for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it cannot be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Who laughed? I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in the court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Two tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there is no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would have slotted in place so nicely. Could there be something I haven't considered? Wait, what? Let me see this. Oh, what is that, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Yeah, but apparently they said no, so I've got to go out there and find some evidence, Dave. I gotta find some evidence. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then. Here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the other underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play on the back of this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Alright. Alright, let's just see. I just want to scan everything about this thing. Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? This movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one? Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the exact same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only be heard produce a single note. But the notes they produced are different? A music box that can only play two tones. This is a mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the combs with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bump. Usually the teeth on the combs are different lengths, so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. I think I did everything I possibly could with this. I think I did everything I possibly could with this. Because we opened this, we scanned that, we scanned... Wait, did we scan this real quick? Hold up, let me see something real quick. Okay. Okay, see how the 4 McGilded disc sits in the music box? The main deposit and Winnie Banks. Yeah, because... Okay, yeah, so there are 2 discs because... There was 2 discs, because the guy said there was 2 discs. So, that's what Graded said. Graded said that when he was in the shop, but apparently no one else knows about it except me, and that's about it. Because literally, Susanoo is back at her homeland because her father has a sickness. That's 1. 2, Sholmes can't be there because they're not going to believe him. Iris believes me, but they're not going to believe me. And Gina can say it, but they're not going to believe Gina because Gina's the accused. Sadly. It could be more perfect fit. So there's no question then that this was assigned to be played in this music box. And despite that, the sound is produced are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. I mean, there ain't nothing I can say. Okay, is there a... is it this right here, or, Yep, same thing. Alright, we're just gonna just keep it going. Just keep it going. Just keep it going out. Would it be really possible for this music box somehow to play back Morse code? I'm trying to think. Let's give it a try. Give it a try. Alright. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you to, in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? Infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose this music box, which appears to play or produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? I've just noticed that, okay, we already did it, we already read it. Yeah, we already did it, we already did it, we already did it. Yeah, we already did this.
Got it!
There you go, perfect. Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? Oh, you shook now, great, huh? You shook. It appears, my lord, that 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you could put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will be played back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke! I'm sorry. Your life must be a joke for being here. This poor excuse before a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claim. Though of course, Go ahead. Tug. Go ahead. If my learned Nipponese friend were to present to the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment, sir. I really can't. Because, someone said they took it, so I don't know. So we don't know where that was at. And may I remind the court. Yeah, he's getting exposed every time, but everyone just don't want to believe me, sadly. They're like, yeah, nah, we can't believe him. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he's not the only one in omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing to do whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case, there must be something, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You'll reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. I'm not gonna press that yet. I'll press it later, probably. Look, all we done is broke into the gaff the other night, like we told you to.
Hold it!
Okay, let me talk to you then, sir. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it. Yeah. Who else, eh? Yeah, it's you, buddy. Silly me thought it was supposed to be just a popping over in a natter after all them years, but the rudder had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure. Let's say Graydon's in old China. Them cheeks are chubby, Mike Fowler. Let me talk to you.
Excuse me.
Them cheeks are chubby. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin, the guy beside you on your right. Or technically on your left, my bad, your left. What? Oh, who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react to something. Let me talk to you about that, buddy. Let me talk to you about that. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together, way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Okay, talk about that. Yeah, with Ash, I mean. Look at him now, in his fancy whistle of a flute, and you win Adam and even. But when we was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had all the brains, he had the swabby. Always coming up with smart ideas, like what would never have gone through our heads. Or blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Military in the Skulkin Milk Run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. You reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony because of, hey, add it. We gotta add everything we can. Add it. Add it. Nope, add it. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information related to this case. I don't know how, but it will all.
Very well, Counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. The skulking never sulking.
Hold it!
Stalk. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? So, some kind of business? This little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? Oh, my eyes is burning. I might go for crap option 2, which is the business name. Crap. Alright, can you tell us the name of the place? Oh my goodness, my eyes. Okay, so this business was just a bit of fun, you say. And it was just yourself and Mr. Graded involved. Yeah, that's it. My eyes are burning. Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clog thing. You'd work it out. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Shut your mouth! Stop talking! Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Say it. Say that garbage. That's what I thought. Shut up. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Well, because it weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She left the name Graded then, see? But Ash will always be a Milverton to us. Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not! This is all buncombe. I've always been a Graded since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, Well, these two thieves ratted you out so much times, I can't say nothing about that. You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graded. Well, it would appear Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graded was once Ashley Milverton. The information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. Okay, no. All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in the serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government missions, not missions but messages, is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? Negotiation Jenny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windy Bakes. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. Begilded. No, it was Mason, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was horribly murdered. Well, if only there was some link between the two men somehow. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's this man's last name? Nah, hold up. What's that man's last name? I need to know if that's what his last name is.
I just want to know what his last name is. Wait. Thank you. Thank you, Susato. Thank you for giving me this crap right here. If you didn't give this to me, I would have lost the trial. Thank you, Milverton. I had to wait. I was about to say, what's his name? I forgot. And I had to look at this thing. Perfect. I know. But Mr. Grady's testimony seems to be as watertight as possible. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Now, we don't need no cross-examination. Zip it, zip it. Yeah, you have relations to the man.
Objection.
His name is Milverton, buddy. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. You're cooked, buddy. You're cooked, man. Explain yourself, please, counsel. You know what time it is, man. You know it's time for me to turn up. It's time for me to lock in now. Let's talk. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. I got that. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to be have been negotiated with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton? Is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all to the court subpoena those records. Grr. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to Mr. Gildas in collaboration with your father. Ah. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all comes together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information by being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using two music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Oh yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawn. Hey, you're not lying. It definitely can. Literally, if that man did not say his last name was Milverton, this trial would be cooked. So we're here. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windy Banks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the two articles McGilded had placed and pawned there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that night,
you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Oh, are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night Mr. Windybank was killed, that box moved. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously and demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. There we go. Excuse me. Since it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Might as well, if you know, but well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all this actually began on that fateful 2 months ago? That fateful night 2 months ago. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. That's all he can say. He can't deny or nothing. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeves of your jacket. What? Yeah, right there. Ah! The truth will set you free, my friend. That truth hurt you. That truth hurt you so bad, I ain't gonna hold you. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. The calendar, the man Windybank, and at Mr. Sholmes' thing. Yep. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. I mean, yeah, but he didn't want to listen. He kept moving that arm around. If he just kept that arm safe, he would have been fine. But nope, you're cooked. And the final bullet grazed that calendar. Bow! Indeed it did. It struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of the intruders. What you do, buddy? Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that's you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? The question is, why did you go to a doctor for it? It's not like they would have been like, hey, look, go to the, hey, we need to get these medical reports, because I don't think none of them really get medical reports. Literally, Manfred von Karma literally kept that bullet in his shoulder the entire time since he was alive, and yeah, that happened. He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common-back slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid these pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I've sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I am into nothing more. So the government secrets negotiated with Mr. McGilded? You're gonna break your arm doing that. As God is my witness, I sure recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show him hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Text me? Oh, this is about this. Okay. Which is... well, we now know the one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. I'm looking at the chat to make sure, just in case it happens. The bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the other possibility that the man shot himself. Indeed. Yep, you're cooked now, because now they know it's another gun. And that leads us to one other conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Good goodness! Yeah, I mean, can you beat that? That's right, Mr. Graydon. Grr. The only person who could have possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you!
Hold it!
Hold it there, Governor! You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you're rightly saying, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining this distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moments. You see, this makes me a key witness to the case, and I have my hands firm around the neck of your client. Man, you ain't gonna do nothing to her. I'll whoop your tail, man. What's going with you? What? Oh, are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed a gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. Okay, if that's the case, why would she lock herself in the room with him to shoot him and then be stuck in the room? Oh, they just didn't know. Here's the difference. This is not Eden's Garden or Project Eden's Garden. You're not going to go out there and say, oh yes, she just didn't know about that. That's most... Actually, I can't say nothing because that actually wasn't smart play. I can't be mad about it. You... What? This game is also nonsense. This took 4 trials to do? Order. Order. Order in the court. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Which this man, all he needed to do was say that and probably get the trial out the way. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it's shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Indeed. So do you really want to say it? Do you really want to lie here? Oh, I understand fully. Then yeah, you're the killer then. Congratulations, you're cooked. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Yeah, you better fix your broken arm when we get back. Well, actually, you're going to be dead by that time, so I don't know about that. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself inside the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. So, couldn't you just shoot him through the peephole of the door? Like, I don't know how small your gun is, but like, come on. Hold on, wait, is it? Let's throw it over the counter. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I thought it was the small dude too. Yeah, I thought it was the small dude too. I thought it was Ringo too. I thought it was this dude. Because it said that dude was strong as an ox. I think this dude said he was strong as an ox. I don't know if it was both of them. But I know he definitely threw Ringo. So unless he threw both of them, I might have to press everything. I ain't gonna hold you. But they're probably gonna be like, oh, we don't know about that. But I'm pressing everything about, probably. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Okay, tell me how this makes sense though. She goes inside. All she needed to do was hold the door. Boom. Not go inside. Come on. I saw the blood splattered all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun on the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. That sounds stupid! Bro, you're telling me that... Nah. How the heck is... Okay, I just want to know two things. One, how the heck is she putting a gun through that peephole? That's not happening. That's one. And two, that's what you already said though. She has the gun in her hands. That gun is not fitting through that. What are we here for? I press everything, bro. Press everything at this point, bro. Y'all on some nonsense. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. There's no stupidest testimony, Judge. You should be dealt for belief in this. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. And then he threw it through a peephole. Then she threw it there. Come on now. I'm not saying order at this point. You're being stupid. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my head has been forced. I tell you the truth now, as an act of self-preservation. Bro, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. The judge need to just go home. I don't know who's worse, this judge or the weird pervy judge. And I'm assuming it's the second one. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. So why would she shoot him? He had no purpose. She don't even like you. As I said, she was showered in his blood. Well, the coat was in blood. Hold on, wait, actually, hold that thought, actually. Yeah, because when we scanned the coat blood, that was, that dude's coat. As I said, she was showered in his blood. Okay, so let me say it this way, Ava. She was covered in blood, but I think she was covered in, this guy's blood. So that case was so long ago, I'm assuming, because I think it was purple last time I seen it. So yeah. So she was in blood, but not in the blood now or nothing. So not in Wendy Blake's blood, but in the other victim's blood that was like a long time ago and 2 months ago. So other from that, that's the only blood that was there. But even then, he can't see that blood. You have to test the blood just to see it. Because the only way you can see blood is on the shoulder sides of it. So like you'd have to see it like it would be like on the shoulder side, like right here and around over here, I think. But if you do the sample thing, like with the spray and stuff, it will show the whole body being red. Well, purple. That's the only way you can see it. But yeah, that blood is clear as day though. He need to go to jail. You say the blood splattered over the accused coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at that time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. Here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. It's science as a law. Theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagents used with your lordship's permission.
Can you stop using that every time?
You can shatter all the vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Runo.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting about what happened yesterday.
Yeah, when we sprayed her, she said, "Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot." She shot. And it was a weird purple. There you go. So yeah, it was like that. Now that's okay. Well, thank you. There you go, Ava. They showed evidence right there. There you go. That's what it showed right there. So there's blood, but that's from 2 months ago, though. That's the problem. It's from 2 months ago, and they might think, oh, this is the blood that was this crime scene. They're gonna think it's this crime scene. That's the problem. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. Yeah, but here's the thing about it, though. They are not considering this evidence. They don't consider this evidence. They're not going to consider this evidence. They said they would not consider this evidence because it's a new tested thing, so they're not going to count this. So that sadly is the problem. Until we find a way to make this be, right, they're not going to care about my opinions. Sadly. Which we can all thank the prosecutor over there. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled.
Lord Van Seeks, make it so at once.
Dang it. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Tina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a compelling clue now, I have a bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Okay, let's press everything just to get it out the way.
Hold it!
That seems like Cap. How are you at the entrance? Mr. Winnybake emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. Yeah, otherwise would have died at gunpoint range. Or blank close range. Or close blank range, whatever you want to call it. I've never been so scared in all me life. Yeah, we were just your regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Okay, so let me explain. For at least for the 2 points. This gun right here, Winnybake always has at his hand. But, this is what happened. Gina grabbed the gun at first, waving it around for some dumb reason. It's still Winnybake's gun. They both go in there, because she's like, please, let me see, where is it at? Iris' story, because he wanted to actually see if Mr. Schultz was telling the truth, which is this guy right here. Because that's like father and daughter type of love right there, even though it's like her father kind of died, he's the father, so on and so forth. But this gun is Winnybake's, but Gina grabbed it, said I want to see the evidence. Then all of a sudden they're both in this room right here. So what happened was they were both in here trying to find the story. The story was around here. She was like, okay, so he wasn't lying. So then someone came in, the door was supposedly opened ahead of time, He was like, let me get that gun back. He grabbed the gun back. He said, stay in there. He told her to stay. She stayed in there. He went out there. I'm assuming what happened is he crashed out. He then shot at the calendar, which, where's the calendar at? Right around here, I'm assuming. So the calendar was right here-ish. So he shot around there. Boom. So he shot, that's what shot down. The Skulker Brothers gun, that thing wasn't used until Sholmes, me, and Susato came. When we both came, they shot, well, one of them shot at Sholmes when he was using, where is it at? That's right here. That's where a bullet hole was at. Right there, as you can see. Hold up. Can I move the satchel? Can I move the satchel, or they won't let me move the satchel? I don't think they'll show me the thing. Trying to figure out where is the thing at, so I can explain it in a simple way. But they are flammable though. So yeah, the bullet was right around here. But yeah, the bullet went through here, boom, boom, exploded, boom. That's why it caused the damage, and it looked like a gun wound or a gunshot wound. So that's that one. They have another gun though, and we are assuming that the third bullet, which is right here, by the way, which was this thing right here. That's the third bullet of another gun. Because these guns were only shot once. Every time, you see, it's only a one shot every time for each gun. But what we're assuming is actually graded, or actually Milverton had another gun and shot him. That's what we're trying to get them to see. They did have another gun, but yeah. You see a third bullet here, which they can know is a third gun, but they don't know how the third gun came to play. So there's a third gun that got shot, but we don't know where it was at. That's the problem. Excuse me. It says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean? What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Dash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, to making it 2-on against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. Bro, you think that they can fight a 48-year-old Wendy Bank that has hands and is like an ox trying to fight a daggone 2 people and has a gun? You are stupid if you think that these 2 can beat him. These guys got no fighting bones in their body, bro. He's gonna get slapped one time in the cheek and he'll fall over. This guy just looks like he could just take a whole bunch of hits in the chin, but that's about it. So yeah, no, that's the most stupidest thing you could ever say. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little brother, but the old geezers chucked me over the blooming counter. There you go. So yeah, he did chuck him over the counter. He did chuck him over the counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scrapper. The pair of you sitting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Be thought of Mario and Luigi could be the good. To be fair, you're not lying though. But you gotta realize they ain't no Mario brothers. They the Trash Brothers. They the Trash Brothers. Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
Okay, let's talk about that real quick. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly at that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as though I couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I couldn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyways, it didn't quite strike home. Or maybe like a warding shot, maybe? Who knows? When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me off the way. Then he scampered through that door on out back. At which point, what did you do? Okay, let's talk about that though. Let me see. Okay, perfect. Had to make sure I got everything. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job. Made of stout wood. Oh. I'm dumb. That's my bad. I forgot about that. That's actually my bad. That's actually my bad. They could have just opened that door right there and then just shot. That's even more dumb why they have that. I forgot about that, but my bad. I forgot about that peephole right there. That's the peephole they're talking about. I'm about to say, how could they get the other thing? But even if then... Wait, can she even open it from the inside? I don't think she can open it from the inside or outside and then just throw it in there. I don't think she can do that, though. That's the problem, though. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Yeah, sadly, yeah, I should, but I kind of forgot. I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? No, not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and a young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, though neither of them knows that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. It would have to be behind the man, you dum-dum. Did you not read it? And then, what did you see next? Okay, are we not present? That he literally said... He said straight at him. Not even behind him, straight at him. Whatever, bro. Okay, now that's fair. I can't be mad about that. Now he says the back. Okay. Let's go, President. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin gun grabbed the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. Okay, please show us that gun, please. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly they had to be a third firearm. Okay, then let me ask a question then. Why was the only gun that she had this gun here? Are we ignoring the common sense this takes? Like, come on, where's the other gun at? In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her inside. Are y'all stupid? You realize she doesn't have a gun. If she, okay, let's have common sense here. If Gina had a gun, why the heck would she use Windybank's own gun if she had her own gun? Are you stupid? I'm sorry. Some of y'all be stupid, bro. Come on now. Y'all are just stupid. Whatever, bro. Thank you, bro. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little girl shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Dude, even if that's so, She can't run away with the gun anywhere. Because guess what? That means she has to either throw the gun away and throw it at one of y'all, or she'd have to throw it somewhere inside the building. Which, by the way, if she threw it inside the place somewhere, where is she gonna put it at? Where is she gonna put it at? The cops are not gonna find it. Like, tell me how that makes sense. I saw the blood splatter. Okay, yeah.
Hold it!
Let's go. All over. Yes, through the peephole. I saw it clearly. I didn't see no blood like that. I didn't see it all over the plot though. Can you explain more about that? Of course, the stains were invisible now, with what the coat being such a darker color. That thing was 2 months ago. But I assure you, that garment is solely with the victim's blood. Yeah, it's solely with the victim's blood, alright. Just not the blood that you're referring to. Well, it is solid with blood, that's for sure. That is true, though. But it's not Wendy Banks' blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood, from when Mr. McGill stabbed her 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case here. Father. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Let's go. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started to walking over. Walk over where exactly? The direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. And then, the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? Thank you! That makes no sense for her to do! Now, come on! I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the bird weapon. But the bird weapon's that close there? Bro, that makes no stupid sense. Without thinking, I would have picked it up. You're telling me that you picked up the murder weapon, the supposed murder weapon, and thought that was a good idea and not bringing it to the court? You look kind of more suspicious, buddy. Like, tell me how that's common sense. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. That sounds stupid. Please tell me you agree with me. Please tell me you agree with me. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Come on, please. Please tell me. Please tell me that you think that's kind of suspicious. Please tell me, Vantix. Tell me you think that that's kind of stupid. Please. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made up a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our lumen mommer sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. That is fair. He probably was paying you a lot. Tell you, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance that the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You're like a bull at a gate.
Excuse me!
Gentlemen. Something wrong, Sunshine? Yeah, you're about to choke the life out that man. We got a problem here? That should be my line here. You didn't realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin, right? Blimey, this D's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me and whistled. Why the places, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? Why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Gore blimey, see the way he looks at me? I'm telling you, this deed gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as he wouldn't normally grab someone. No, this wasn't Grexy at all.
He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. That never was. My lord. Okay. Crap. I'm trying to get this thing straight. Go ahead. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objections, counsel. No, my lord. I can't object to that anyway. They're going to say, objection overruled. To what grounds? Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yes. The coat, which, by the way, was Mason's. The one that you figured out about doing with. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were a result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. They are hardcore capping. It was by a knife. See? What did I tell you?
Objection.
Shut that up. No. No. The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? Dude, you know what the answer is? You just want to keep capping about it. The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, Mr. McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. And we have evidence for that, by the way. By the way, a coat. A gentleman's overcoat at that. Now, come on. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my pleased friend? Well, you're right about that. Oh, what? Do you want me to come out there and bring her back to life like a Maya Fey from the Ace Attorney game? I wish I could be a... Wish I could be going to spirit medium so I could just go out there and just shut you up, but I can't do that. Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded innocence? Yes, and didn't I go out there to stop that innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Yeah, he wants to become a necromancer and say, yeah, nah, be a spirit medium. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. So what, dude? I care about the truth. Do you not care about the truth? Is that why you're here right now? But that was... I call it ballsy disgrace, treachery, and that's what that is. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? That is true though, but look. Just look, think about it. Even a stereoscope could help to answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But we use Mr. Sholmes, but Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Exactly, that's the thing. But guess what? They don't believe that. They don't believe that. They're like, no, you had a fault at this. They think about every defense attorney the exact same way. Would you put such faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communication officer? Do you want my honest opinion? Yes, because guess what? I have high faith if something is working. Okay, then here's what I want you to do. Spill your blood. Go out there, get a little knife. Boom. Poke, do a little poke. Make it bleed a little bit. Go out there, let me spray it. Boom. Let me see what blood you are. Then congratulations, we solved the case. Just go out there and do that. I held out Harzik to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from the start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. That's not the truth, you dummy. You just keep believing everything because you just want to be a winner. My lord. Been a long battle, this one, but this old horse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, brother.
Guilty.
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 Oh my goodness, bro. Are we serious? Every time. We gotta do these summation examination garbage. Yeah, exactly. How am I gonna get a Ouija board, bro? I'm not a Ouija board man. I can't do that. But at this point, the main character gonna have to do that. Would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. Please, I need Herlock Sholmes. I need somebody out here. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness testimony. Here's to any attempt you make at unpicking the juror's decision being equal successful. Oh my god, this is just dog water. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is this all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing, our praying is, to be held in such low esteem. Oh, it has to be him, because he said something about low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhoda? Oh wow, it's not even him. Officer, you delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurred to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhoda, that scientific truths are determined by not science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Wait. Am I going mad? It's Sherlock Holmes! That's my boy! Sherlock Holmes! This man Sherlock Holmes is just here, bro. Bro, what are we doing? I know this man on the left side is crashing out. He wants to crash out on both of them. Want to crash out. Left and right want to crash out on them. Mr. Sholmes, you're finally here. I needed you. Herlock Sholmes finally comes in the mix to help out. What is the meaning of this? Hey, there you go. Good stuff. We need a order in the court. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well as I would be, had I not been set up upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. Appeared to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time? What say you this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of this court's time. Hardly spent so long already. Exactly, haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go waste any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense's mere 5 minutes. God! Very well then, the counsel. You have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I was the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, place is full of idiots. None of them see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. As well, well, the concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for the appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right, modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaping present from Miss Susato. The Goat Queen herself. From Miss Susato. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving this to you. Giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by both devious and underhand, and that you, Miss Naruto, fighting fairly as you are wont to do. Would you find yourself in a considerable peril? At that very moment of crisis, you were able to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. I leave a present for Sato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh, it's this machine I made. Ah. That's Wagahai. That's Wagahai. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. It can make cat flaps for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? It seems like some nonsense. That's what that is. What the heck are we doing here? Mr. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did she say something like that? Yes, she did. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've become a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves. Mr. Sato made us use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all the cryptic then. Sato-san used this cat flapomat that night, but why? But when she even use that thing? Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already. That's fine, that's fine. Alright, let this man sit. I'm grateful to you for allowing me to have that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. We need to be careful here. if I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. How is it going to be that badly? How bad is it, my lord? The defense requests further cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection.
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. No, we need a new witness. We need the exact same witness.
Objection.
Shut your mouth. The defense is not asking for a cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue the one of an existing witness. What? Yeah, shut your mouth. Let me cook. It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Yeah, because guess what? You interrupted a cross-examination. Yeah, you interrupted it. Thank you, officer. And then the cross was hereby suspended. We don't got to worry about that now. And he said, do I have any objections? And I said, no objections. Because guess what? I can still do my cross-examination. So nobody can say anything then. If Rita has asked to resume the cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. Yeah, because y'all stopped it. For one thing. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit any unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of the argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. And following that, the situation remains unchanged as I move to adjunction. Alright. Let's go. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead fate. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Jones! Get that man to a doctor! Get him to a doctor! Immediately, please! To stand so I don't know what that word is, insuciously, before the court in a state of such high fever, either the man was extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. It's over. I'm ending this trial right now. Let's see. Let's want to see everything real quick.
Objection.
No, shut that up immediately. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Oh, it's my cat Flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of the room. It can cut through any door you think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners. And I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Shut your mouth. We don't care about you right at the moment. It's my turn to talk. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there's no cat flaps in up the pawnbroker door. Not being a cat keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid to fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function in another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? Indeed it is. Indeed it is. 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene of only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. That is correct. The 3 of us were together, and it was recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at that time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. That is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. That's the problem though. But here's the thing about it though. It never came out until she came in that room. And when she came in the room was way after 1. So what was there at first? How else could I witness the crime for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time to strike the final blow. Not gonna end this man's whole career. What I mean by this, my lord, my assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! Yeah, guess what? You weren't there, buddy!
Objection.
So where were you at? This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. So, the question is this. Where were you at when this happened? Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is the most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skokin brothers and alert the police, which worked out in those two advantage because I had no fault into it. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Grayd's testimony is riddled with holes. You shook, huh? You shook. Riddled with, explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Grayd's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendants is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. But if he doesn't see anything, that breaks his testimony completely. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you have claimed to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! Order! Order in the court! Is there any credits in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my alert French must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? We have a person that made the machine. We have a woman that made the machine right here beside me. Okay, go ahead. Okay, then. Hey, do you mind if I break that wooden door thing right there behind you? I can do it if you want me to. Like, do you want me to test that? Do you want her to test it? Like, come on. Like, I don't think you want me to test that and just bring this girl out there. The machine is right here. Like, we can just test it right now. We can just test it right now. I mean, just say the word, I can do it. Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Your Honor? I'm about to do that to that door? Huh. I've had a feeling you'd say that. What? Oh, yeah, she got the thing. Waggy. Cooey, time for dinner. Well? Oh, you're shook now. You didn't think she did that the first time? She did that. It's just the time of when she wanted to do it. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. What does not make hat flaps in an oak paneling at the Old Bailey? That's not a skill issue, you judge. Maybe next time, don't let someone, question it, and maybe it would happen. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom knows that Winnipeg was made by your machine. Then how did it happen then? And there's no way you could prove that it was. There's a lot of stuff that could happen. Yeah, he kind of was asking. He said, "There's no one that could do it." Like, yeah, we just did it there. No, but it's easy. What? The cap flaps of my Capformat crate are all of fixed size. The dimensions of the peephole at the Winniepigs are the exact match. Oh, you're getting cooked by a 10-year-old? Is that how you do it? Hehe. Old Sookie's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned students' friends' turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. For a father, yes. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty establishing all of the facts. A 10-year-old's IQ than he did. Hey, to be fair, she's really smarter. She's smarter than about everyone out there with science. She's smarter than almost Sherlock Holmes, to be fact, so I can't say nothing about that. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole in dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using the device, but now that the perpetrator has returned to their native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There's no proof. That's facts. That's facts. Sadly, that's facts. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my lord Fred's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Oh my goodness. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel. Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I could do this, but I do know one thing. Sato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support its claim made.
How the heck am I gonna do that? How am I gonna do that? Oh, Gina. Oh, Gina. Let me just do that. Oh yeah, Gina. Perfect.
Take that!
Oh, Gina, perfect. What are you? There you go, perfect. I forgot about that. Congratulations. Oh yeah, and thank you for that photograph, sir. I would appreciate you. Let me shake your hand. Thank you for showing me this evidence right here. Because if you didn't show it to me, I probably wouldn't have solved my case. Congratulations, you played yourself. A print from the detective's infernal cameras again. Indeed. Let me talk to you now. My judicial assistant, Miss Usado Bukatoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. I want you to know that. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. Yeah, buddy. I want you to look at this. Bring this to Graydon's eyes. First, I want y'all to see it. Everyone else see it first. Then I want Graydon to look at it with his beady doe eyes over there. But this print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. But do you see any big tail thing there? Agreed. It also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. It does indeed. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. Go ahead. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ugh. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Yeah, you're cooked, buddy. Say goodbye. You lose. Order! Order! Order in the court! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. Yeah, but I mean, guess what? You're gonna have to worry about that when she comes back. But guess what? There ain't a thing you can do about it. Because literally, the man died before it even all happened anyway. But more importantly, good lord, there's more Lord Van Seeks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. What? But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. Dude. He didn't see it, so he's capping it, he's lying. You literally said if we proved that he capped that he was the killer. We said this. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. Bro, don't say that. Bro, he's cooked. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Bro, he capped. He lied to court. Like, what are we doing here? He literally... Bro, come on, Judge. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. What he wants to... Okay, this is what Grady's trying to say. Grady's trying to say he's the victim because he got shot by Wendy Bake. For some reason. And he got shot from the Gray's the thing, so he said he's the victim in the case. Which is dumb, but hey, I understand, I guess. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such remark? Let's talk. Without your testimony, you shouldn't have known. Which was the peephole, because he shouldn't have known because no one saw him there. Because he did it right after that. So how did he know about the peephole? In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statement. So if it says anything about peephole, you're cooked.
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. That's right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness statement. They showed that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about, namely, the peephole. And the point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. I'm not making any sense. But let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of a peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, You what? You stuttering, huh, buddy? Yeah, how are you there? Yeah, how are you there? And I know who told you anyway. The guy you were whispering to. What's his name? The inspector? That guy you were talking to the entire time? Yeah, he's finished too. I'm finna talk some junk to him when I get to him. You're cooked there, buddy. I have the evidence down in my head. Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and you were nowhere in sight there, sir. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police had just been at Windy Banks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. You stuttering too, buddy? You're cooked, buddy. Once it says your name, you're under perjury too, buddy. You're cooked. The place is chock full of articles about Lance had to thoroughly examine them all. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, he's cooked under the sun too, and he better be thrown under the sun too. He's cooked anyway. So I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock in the shifts so we can get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that Mr. Graydon could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you shouldn't have known anything about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Let's go. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to get back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony. So if it's all to say to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole.
which could only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have serious, extremely serious implications. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who was the person questioned, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Take that!
You. The truth is, it could only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better had some proof to substantiate that such a rash claim, my learned friend. Dude, he took the music box. He took the music box. And I'm talking about this disc right here. What are we talking about? And he even said that he didn't want to do no reports on that dumb nonsense. Considering the facts that we only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We've only learnt it during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our long-hour recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would have be suddenly required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such a time as he's summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it was reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation of that he was the third intruder. Urged this to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two lay on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Indeed, because they were talking. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Dude, they were whispering to each other. They could have been talking about the information. Exactly. But I was right when they were doing talking. They were doing that. Thank you. Even you said it, Ava. Even you said it. Even I know it. They were talking right in front of y'all, literally whispering. Yeah, the entire time. Well, come on. Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jenny was testifying. There you go. Even Iris says it. I know it. Ava said something. Iris is saying something. And I'm 13. It might need glasses. Hey, no, you're good. Ava, you're good. Ava, you're good. Oh yeah, now that you mentioned it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Gilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Exactly, they were talking. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret conversation or secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Excuse me, admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of the deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I not need to remind the inspector that if found to be true, a regular deal with any kind with the witness would be considered a gross case of, well, maleficence. I don't know what that is, but hey, you're cooked. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. Dude, the music disc is right there. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to such baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are we proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness to return? In return, bro, the disc. The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson... Okay, so let me ask this, Ava. Thank you for looking up for Google, but how long could they be in jail for that? Let me ask that. How long could they be in jail for that? If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be... Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Take that!
The disc. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, in Arkansas, it's up to 20 years. Dang. And, you know, Japan be kind of more strict with the rules, though, there. So, you know, that's going to be a little devious out there. And it varies on locations. Makes sense. This is Japan, though, but that thing would go crazy, though. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another and very important case? What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding or could you... We've been doing this the entire time. We said it actually out loud in court. You just don't want to listen. We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windy Banks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box decided to play two discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged for the disc for the details of the case. In the UK, it could be a life sentence. I'm not gonna lie. Then yeah, he's dead. I ain't gonna lie. That man gotta be dead then. I'm not gonna lie. Then he's cooked, because I think this is British. This is England. If it's around the UK, he's cooked. So yeah, he is kind of cooked. Now in Japan, where this man lives at, he's kind of cooked. You little. Ah! Yeah, Gregson might as well be in this. Yeah, I'm not saying that many words, but I'll say order in the courts. On the day of the incident, when we met you in Windy Banks, you said this, and I quote, "I'll be taking whatever it is of McGilded down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over." No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. It's mine. I'm sorry, miss.
Anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. But you did take the coat, though. But to be fair, I mean, the girl did give him like the little stink eye, did not get that coat, so yeah, that's fine. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Max McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized that it was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you indeed revealed confidentiality details of the crime scene to the witness to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There is no other way that Mr. Grady could have known the other existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
Alright, talk to me then. And I stress if this sobering assertion turns out to be founded and true. Go ahead. It would mean the second disc as we speak here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman. Oh, my phone's at 21. I better make this quick. As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
Indeed! The defense demands the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck the deal with each other when Guinea was testifying before. And Gregson hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please. Order examination on his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree with it? This man got some guts. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you're now teeter, my learned student friend. You made the most serious allegation against a Scotland Yard here. But following the search of the inspector's personal effect, no disc is found. It will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end. And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remark about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runa because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It is true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted the gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must physically have changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Yeah, he's accepted it. Very well, counsel. You know what the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Let me save it here. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Let's just see what it says before I pick an answer. Go ahead. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally searching the inspector? What if he... Hold up. Wait. Who's next to him? Hold up. Who was next to him? He could have gave it to someone else. I would search him, but then I think if we search him, we're cooked. Yeah, search someone else. Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may will land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then.
Objection.
Bailiff, conduct a... Hey, yo, whoa. That's what I was going to do. I was going to search Nash, because I think Ringo was on the other side of him. The defense demands a search, but not for Inspector Gregson. What? Now, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. Sip your lips. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. Oh, yeah, right there. Nash right beside you. Yeah, perfect. That's even perfect. Thank you. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Most of that last have you, sunshine. The court should have put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Who said that? Oh, Riddle's doing what all of you told him to do, and having the courage of his conviction. You should show respect to this and listen to what he has to say in good faith, because that's the British way. He's like, oh, a 10-year-old saying this to me? Get her off my courtroom. Well said, young lady. Good stuff. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits its next words. You what? Don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things that I've seen in the court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Hey, can I see Nash because he's right beside him?
Take that!
Oh my lord. It's Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Eh? Blimey. Me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Well, I mean, of course he's shaking, bro. That man afraid of everything. He don't want no heads. Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord. Oh, Gregson, why you shaking for? Why you shaking for? Inspector. Scotland Yard has objected to this search.
Why is that, buddy? Why is that?
Objection!
Man, shut that up. Man, shut him up. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carries no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Sakes! He said they did right. He definitely did, but I had to do what I had to do. I'm not trying to deal with that nonsense. He's the only one that was there, because look, it would either incriminate the guy right beside him, which would have got him cooked, or it would have been this guy. Those are the only two it could have been. And I doubt that he wants to give it back to him and make him get convicted again. It had to be one of the guys out there. But Lord Van Sakes, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Here, my lord, in the witness pocket, I found this. Congratulations. Good lord, that's...
Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. Yeah, you a Kappa, huh? You a Hall of Fame Kappa, aren't you, buddy? That is the second music box disc, left behind Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ah! You're cooked. Order! Order! Order in the court! Mr. Skulkin! What have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean just Gordon Flavin Bennett. I swear I don't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? Let me cook real quick. The alleged deal that was struck with was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculated man. Yeah, he probably did. He probably said, yeah, take it. And go from there. That's the only reason I did say Gregson, because I was like, I don't think it's Gregson. A man who rarely loses composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. So, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pod brokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. And then he just choked him out. When Mr. Graydon answered my question, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and shaken him violently. Yeah, he did. He didn't know. Thought me Nigel was gonna get well clean off. I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother. I was. Man, what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me a whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun? When you got down to the station, that's what he said. He had it right down my ear. He did. Yeah, this was still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved, that was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was a proper opportunity for Inspector Gregson to create for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig! He hit it? You. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is the court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were cover the medium, make sure it was hush hush. Yep, strictly hush hush. Indeed. Hush hush? Top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. If it seemed that the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does that mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc in his pocket? So it was all pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. Congratulations, arrest this man immediately and get him out of here. If he can't explain why he got the peephole, he out there making fake evidence. Get him out. Like, what? Yes, I lied in the testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. Like, come on, bro. Get him out. Just get him out. Like, man, hit the gavel and call this man guilty. Make my client not guilty. But that's all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of this is a young Eastern mind's or man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You... What? This man is capping his butt. He's like, I'm for the cap. He's for the cap. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. What I've done has been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be guiding light when you make your decisions. This man is Hall of Fame capping out here, bro. You are doing it for the best interest for the people, but like, bro. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary ultimateness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further... Oh my, this is just ridiculous. Who just texted me, though? I believe it is time we put the matters to the jury for their final leadings. Well, now as a fellow servant of the quainted country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop. That's what your life says. Yeah, exactly! But apparently they don't care about me. Detective has very much trusted eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it! The 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson! If they declared it... They did now. Alright. Is Jenny gonna be found guilty? Look, I'm not gonna lie. Let me get both the discs. Let me get the small music box, and then we cook. Yeah, but she's gonna believe in everything he says. He's like a top tier glazer. Yeah, she's definitely biased. I mean, dude, there's 4 people that, well, 4 people are biased. Well, 3 people technically. Actually, 3 people are technically biased. Juror number 2, who's the maid, just hates straight up thieves and stuff. It hates pick purses and pickpocket people. So she shouldn't have been in this trial. That's one. The other girl shouldn't have been there because that's a community. Actually, to be fair, we technically needed her. If we didn't really get her, we probably wouldn't have been able to get Ashley graded out here. So technically, we did kind of need her. We kind of needed her. So I'm gonna let that rock.
And then the Russian dude shouldn't even have been in the thing. He don't even know proper English. Why is he even in this thing? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winniebag, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence that forced Gregson admitted that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel. I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the courts. If I let the judge call the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. Indeed she will. So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some evidence. More evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. It does indeed. And I'm not gonna let them beat me. I'm not letting them cook me up. Who did I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? The question is this. Either or. I feel like I go for either or, and I could just press this music box disc, or I could just do the small music box. Which I might do the small music box actually, if it comes down to it. You know what, Gregson? You want to make my job harder? I'm gonna make your job harder, buddy. I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? Let me show you real quick. If you refuse to acknowledge this, the fact that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine the piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here.
Take that!
Let's do it. Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, counsel? Yeah, let me take that other disc right there. Let's play both of them. You have the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, and hold up, how long have I been streaming this thing? 4 hours? Golly, I've been streaming so long. But only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this counsel.
Hold it!
No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? But because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why. It's my turn to cook now, buddy. You're finished. So you better tell us, or your job is done. I ain't playing with you. Tell us what happened, or I promise you, I will play this sound music the entire time while you listen to it, and while the judge... Wait, hold up. What's the guy name? While the daggone Mal Stronghearts will beat the dog out of you so hard, your job will nowhere be found in sight. Tell us the information.
Objection!
Well, let me talk to you. Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from the sound box were part of Morse code message. Oh yeah. We know that Morse code comprises of use of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. Sounds like a skill issue. Sounds like a skill issue. So unless you tell us that you actually did do it, we're playing this whether you like it or not. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidentiality or whole confidential, information like that, it's treason. I don't care. I'm here for the truth, and you're cooked for it worse. A lot of people are getting charged with stuff. Susato's getting charged with something. She's getting charged with something. He's getting charged with something. You're getting charged with something. And you two are charged with something. So we're all gonna get caught out here. We already gonna get cooked. So you're cooked either way. Only 3 people can actually understand it. It's not gonna reveal much. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the main one who's gonna know about it is people in the communication office. So pretty much, Ashley, the girl, and that's probably it actually, because he's not gonna understand crap. And I guess to be fair, Gregson, but like Gregson don't even know what it's about though, honestly. Then do you admit to the charges? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad! If you left that secret information... Well, I mean, here's the thing about it. Gregson doesn't know... Gregson just knows it's something dangerous. He doesn't know what's speaking out of it. Those two are the ones that know about it. Gregson hears about it, but he doesn't know about it. All he knows is that he needs to get that information to the guy. So maybe Mal Strongheart would be the only one else that knows about it. But that's because he's Mal Strongheart. He knows everything. Gregson doesn't know crap about that thing. He don't know nothing about it. Now, unless he says otherwise. If he says otherwise, then there'll technically be 4 people. But yeah. You'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Shut up. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to court. And all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. He's kinda cooking, I ain't gonna lie to you. He's kinda spitting facts here. I kinda like this guy. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Fancy, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
I got my steel-toed, leather-sealed baby boots. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast and smoke on that pack and uncover the truth by fair means or foul. He's like, no! Hey, we here. Very well. The defense stands here that the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense requests, the court will now listen that this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place. In both discs playing simultaneously. He's like, I'm cooked. The guy on the right knows he's cooked. He knows he's cooked the moment that thing plays. The dude on the left, he's like, I hate my life here. Play it. Listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Now it is. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up. It was the moment he started playing things like, okay, stop, crap. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? And I had to go for him because he's the obvious one I could just go out there and just zone out for him. But it definitely is he indeed. Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbrokery store door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? Well, he's cooked, because guess what? If more information comes out there, the Brit members are going to cook you up. It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! You there? You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? He definitely is cooked. I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. For information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information be public knowledge, not under any circumstance. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him the details about the case that should put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstain on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, the witness indeed intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. I mean, to be fair, that's kind of fair. I mean, he gotta have no choice, because if this disc was messed up, another disc was messed up, he was going to be cooked. So I can't be mad about him for that. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness' perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You. Traitor! Come here! Wait, is he dead? Wait, is he? Is he dead? This man said, nah, I'm gonna catch a body. He really said, nah, I need to catch a body. Bailiff, restrain that man! At once! Nah, get that man arrested! That man did, okay, he did murder, he did attempted murder. Oh my, bro, nah, he really just killed him. I ain't gonna lie. That's it then. It's all over. Alright, let me see how it actually happened, bro. Stop with the dots and just talk. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. The little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that nightmare. Or that hole, but either way. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to sell government secrets? Why? What purpose did you have for doing that? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. The exact thing I said. He wanted money and fame. Congratulations. I've said this answer multiple times. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me up in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me. Little plan for now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic messages logs, and McGilded would buy them from Handsome Sam. I mean, he do got the suit though, so I can't say that. He do got that suit though. And I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communication office. It was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy enough
how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box, my father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that would generate Morse code. So I sought out my father's again, to employ his services. It was the first time that I've ever seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broke him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box disc made. Music box disc, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him made the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved in the first of the two discs, in the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt on the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I sold the man information that was a number of times already, but it seemed he had become reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Miss Greenwood. Why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, and not yourself? That's what I want to know. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. When my father realized something was amiss, in time, he worked out that I must have been involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'd never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him. He never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? But he's dead! So did you kill him? If you killed him, that's perfect. Congratulations. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man would no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in this most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from the start.
I would see that makes sense though. My feet had barely touched Britain's soil back then, and when I walked in a hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money off my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in an arrangement 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had showed me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in that courtroom to ensure he walked free, I took matters in my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Well, you did one thing right at least. You killed McGilded. That I give you credit for. Good job. If people thought it was the Reaper of the Bailey, they thought it was him. That's great work though. But hey, understandable. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man? But I mean, to be fair, that's kind of fair. I mean, I wouldn't be mad about that. I'm not really mad at him doing that. But how did you turn into flames though? Everything's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me in the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Oh, it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to be examining the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for myself. So that policeman who came to McGilded, he could examine the omnibus again. I understand. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. That's actually fair. I'm not mad at him. He actually did his job well. McGilded used this wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened the witnesses to lie in their testimony. He did with Gina, that is true. You're not lying, I'm not mad at that. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him there on a one-way journey. Yep, hey, it's fair though. I ain't mad at that though. How'd you fix your cane though? An eye for an eye. And a tooth for a tooth? That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But I'm not mad at that. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in this man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I've dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs. In the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for ye, young man. What's this? Windy Bates pawnbrokery. Aye, there's a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. Ye can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for ye. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in a pawn for ye. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it. So it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have ye not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places. You know, each one is like an extremely secure vault. That's what he said. That makes sense because I didn't know nothing about the pawnbroker till later. So I knew that if he had taken extra steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbroker somewhere. And that on that night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. That's when we first met you at the Windy Bakes that afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Mr. Strahd written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized that immediately that she was another McGilden's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. That's fair. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I'm not mad at that. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not mad at that. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion that the girl would come out in the woodworks on a redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, surely enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windy Bakes to redeem the articles. Unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilden's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pockets. An all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilden was involved. Inspector, you recovered so fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions, examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Yeah, surprisingly he's alive. I thought he was dead. Then when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that night, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still in there, in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. That I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. Indeed you could. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilden on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket, a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Dang, he went there and shot. A gunshot rang out of the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Makes sense. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee, and had no intention to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But fortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back, as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Bakes on that wretched night. Can we stop with this white flashback thing every time? Like, yes, we get it, yes. You had a reason you wanted to kill McGilden. I get that. But you didn't have to kill Windy Bake. You didn't have to kill him. Earlier, you called Mr. McGilded a monster. A man who used wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. But now you're the same guy as him. What a tragic irony. Indeed it is. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yeah, we definitely did it, and my back is hurting. That Dora Explorer theme is gonna hit different. Yeah, I think I have. And my phone just said no. You definitely have become that monster.
Well, this has been a long, exhausting trial. Yeah, it's been like 4 trials. I think it's really long. However, it would seem that at last we've arrived at the truth.
And yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Whenever I do this game, whether it be Monday or whether it be next Monday, it's up to the thing to decide.
Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with murder of Mr. Winniebank and stealing the government's secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing it until the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector. Inexcusable. Now the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah. It is time for the final adjunction. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
There you go.
Not guilty.
Thank you.
Not guilty.
Thank you.
Not guilty.
Thank you.
Not guilty.
Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Perfect. Ha ha ha. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runa, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure we'd finally, come up on top for a while there. Susan was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. Come back here, little missy. You didn't do the killing, but you did do some other stuff. So you're gonna get charged with that.
What? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGilded's coat in the cell yesterday or nothing. Aw, and just when I was getting excited throwing a party for Jenny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Yeah, I'll take that fall, I don't care. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that the government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It's the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he done, so... If I may say something on the point... Okay, wait, isn't that... It's, about the sound produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh well, it's just that
I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sound produced by those two discs were nothing more than a meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? Oh, crap. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nuts? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contained ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communication. We know Mr. McGildy conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has been admitted of his crime, we have no need to pursue this matter any further. But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, me lord? That which you have seen today, here in this courtroom, has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing. I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to a born-age Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. So if I see you again, I'm gonna call you guilty. Now, with regards to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. There we go. Seriously, where did they get the fireworks from? Oh, I guess he had other fireworks. She said, I'm gonna pop up my own firework. That is all. Court is adjourned. Yeah, that's crazy work. She said, nah, I got the fireworks for you. It's just me and him. Me and him against the world. On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my far eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English clients. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one simple reason. Probably because you were there. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? Hey, that's kind of like a flex though. You can be like, hey, look, I made the Reaper come back just to see me. That type of, you know what I'm saying? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Though through you, I hope to look in the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. What's wrong with that? You mentioned something similar earlier today.
about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then, I'll wait for that day, I must. Coming to be unknown as the Reaper of Bailey, in my retirement from the service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. So we just sat there and waited the entire time while everyone left and then said, yeah, let's talk. That's what we did? Okay. The 17th of April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah. Congratulations, Gina. Hey, happy birthday to your moms. Happy birthday to your moms. Hopefully you're having a good day and all that stuff. Give all love, hugs, kisses, all that good stuff. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara Oda. You believed in me, right? Up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one's ever has before, you see. Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All me life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when you let them down. You know? They let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina? I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else. It's really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for running me that valuable lesson. Oh well, if you say so, don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? You should be. If he does it, then hey, that's kind of crazy. Pardon the interruption. Is that Agena? Or not Lisa? Oh, Harlock Sholmes, how you doing, buddy? But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah ha ha! Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally had noticed me. But you people, What their insensate babbling. Ah, well, Mr. Sholmes. Ah ha ha ha! Yes, it was me all along, you see? Man, take that crap off! Like, think about what The Rock said, like, dude, take this crap off! I would told him to take that crap off. I'm like, bro, no one know who he is! Alright, I'd assume you'd be taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Dude, just rest! Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctors who was tending to me. I merely made a knowledge of them known to the man, and he was happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts just rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat off to you. I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been at it snoozing in your nice, soft little bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? Sorry, I have to choke you out a little bit. And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it is my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well, I mean, he literally takes everything seriously. No count. Literally, he was literally about to throw hands on a literal hook. I can't say nothing about that. He literally was going to throw hands on a hook because it looked weird to him. I can't say nothing. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who found not guilty in the trial was working on the wind up dead anyway? Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. Exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilden, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. I'm upstairs, you mean like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs. Know what's what, right? He knows what people are like in the inside. You won't have the wrong end of the stick. There are some codes like that bog trotter where they're rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs. Make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper takes matters in his own hands and claiming his lives as another. Well, it ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oh, oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room, dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look at me like I'm going to be nowhere for a while. You heard the judge, Patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking a bog rider's stuff was in lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But dividing ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it? Nah, it's a crime, sadly. But I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking about all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. You don't say! Maybe pick a job that doesn't get you in jail! I mean, you didn't start off a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them thought like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference from. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. And I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. It's Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Odo? Yes? Please don't shoot me with that. Ah, what are you shooting me for? What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase, Hetero, missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. She's crying. That's some tears right there. She's crying right there. Thank you for everything you've done. For believing in me. That's like the perfect smile out there. And I know someone's gonna be like, make a tier list! I might do a tier list down the line. I might. Not all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. We made her happy, though. That's the first time I've ever seen her smile like that. Well, there she goes. I'm not gonna lie. I might make her S tier character. I might make her S tier character. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well. Quite the indomitable pick purse. I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition. This trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out the way first. Absolutely not! I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people can answer the question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It's a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in great comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out into Dover has been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we headed to the station immediately, we may still have time to wave Susie off. What? You're telling me that she ain't gone yet? How? We did 4 trials. How? Them 4 trials lasted like, I'm not gonna lie, 3 hours? So 8 hours. I've played this game for 8 hours. You're telling me she ain't make it out? How? That is 8 hours of a trial, and she ain't even get past. Man, get me out of here, bro. Man, start this thing over. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. What do you think I am, Mr. Naruhoda? Mr. Sholmes? I was to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. This man made a whole express. What the heck? If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of the number of rail transport directors' follables. Huh? What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. That's an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London Victoria. April 18th, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, and I'm not gonna lie to y'all, it's like 4:13 for me, but hey, we ballin'. Quayside, or Quayside, I don't know. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mr. Sato, where are you? Over there, look. It looks like he's reading something. How are you still here? How are you still? Did the boats just say, yeah, we're not going to make it? And have you just been sitting there the entire time? Bro, I want to say 3 things. 1, that's ridiculous. Why is she sitting there? That's 1. 2, how'd she even stay here? And how did we get here after doing all the trials out here? I understand if she was, watching the side and then she left to see her father, but come on. Man, she's reading something though.
Hold it!
Hold on. Oh, whoa. Hey, yo, Masato, whoa, what are you doing? You ain't gotta throw that boat. Whoa. Someone throw the boat across the seas. I don't even know. At this point, they might as well accept that. But Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sales were delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Okay, they were just delayed bad because of the weather. So the weather still couldn't come out here with the boat? It's crazy work. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. So you could actually, the funny thing is, so you actually could have actually helped us out and worked out everything. The book you were about to throw into the ocean, or the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law, you, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Sato? I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did was utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, did she? Oh, about stealing. Oh, bro, that's why she... Cause, okay, I get it now. Cause she stole my, she had stole this. And she said, here, have it back. Did she steal it with the moment he stole my art? No, that's crazy work. To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I saw Bruno's armband. Yep, there you go. She even mentioned it. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice it for ages. Well, I've been had it for ages. It's the fact that the game then said, oh, now you have it. Like, what? What, I've been at it? Come on now. On a whim, I thought it would be funny to see if I could take the cap off a bed. So I put it in my sleeves. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, and until I found myself in Mr. Winniebank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! Right. Wait, so how did you do that, Chase? Because what did you with Mr. Sholmes that time? And as Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I was starting to think that the door started to play in my mind. Oh yeah, that's where you did it. Okay, that's okay. Then the guy's like, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. My bad. That makes sense. Mr. Door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could have only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device that I had my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used a cap to make a peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was one of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, the information would be proved to Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Indeed it would. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight of that made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that the trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded, I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if someone criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked like exactly as though Gina had been shot by Mr. Winniebank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah, for which a peephole would have been a very thing. Only the peephole I've made was actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal wouldn't know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is this why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned it, that you made a peephole to anyone? Not even the police? I know. I knew it at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Scholes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him.
that was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why did you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been known to tampered with the crime scene. I said too much nonsense. Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sakes and Mr. Strahd's. Mr. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the right crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in witness stand using the peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole existence hadn't existed, I'm not all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. And you're not lying, it did save her life, because if that was the case, the cop probably would have just said some nonsense. But yeah. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful for Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Now, I will say this, though. If they do that little thing where they want me to just, I don't know, do that whole other nonsense thing, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to just end that stream immediately the moment they do that dumb nonsense. But yeah. But not really, it's not really dumb. It's just the fact that I'm not trying to see no ending credit scene. I'm not trying to do all that. But, well, okay, yeah. It's been assured, yep. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends of that trial will come to play in my mind, I'm sure. The revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo? What a trial to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communication officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. As she said, the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we're talking about the secret government communications. No doubt they were written in ciphers to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never hope to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. What? So. Gee. Oh my goodness, bro. They're trying to find out if Asogi is there, or is he Asogi alive, or are they trying to say if Asogi is there? Are they trying to see if he's alive, or is he actually What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Something means something. Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know his name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing in the music box. Wait, what? Tell me that information, now! She just grabbed it on the fly? She's really a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more to one Morse code. Not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to their using their own languages. I don't believe it. What are you saying? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse codes before, but I think it's based on a Iroha pentagram, isn't it? You mean to say that Japan's Morse code? The message says Asagi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Hey, look, man. Let me see something about that. Tell me what it says, please. I ain't gonna lie, it's going crazy right here. Cause I've been streaming since streamed up for like I think 9 or 10 or something. I'm hooked on this thing. But what could that possibly mean? Whoever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drape from Sato's face. There's no doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British have been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kayasogi. Kazuma Sogi. Why would his name be on that disc? The second is Shen. I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gorogunsu. Gregson? Aha! Maybe Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What is his name doing on the secret government communications as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Dr. John H. Wilson? Man, her pops got cooked. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate Japanese, this is all the 4. That's the end of the message, or rather the end of when you note it down, Iris. I can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind of between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. Hey man, look, it's all nuts out there. So Daddy could be in Japan then? Where's Susie Runo come from? Iris, I hate to be that guy, but he dead. Your dad dead. I ain't gonna lie, your dad got cooked. He died like the first trial. Like, that's already a bad sign. Oh, well. No? It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be a lot of them with J's among them. I hate to burst your bubbles, but your daddy dead, I'm not gonna lie. He's a doctor, he got cooked. I'm gonna be honest with you. Anyone go tell her? Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine in the Imperial Yumi University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. You said, what is it, the hit list or something? Well, I mean, supposedly one person, okay, two people are bodied at the moment. If Wilson does get killed, not Wilson, but My bad, not Wilson, but if Gregson does get killed, then hey, it might be a hit. It might be a hit list. But we don't even know who the other person even is, so I can't say nothing. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybanks today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Okay, I guess you're out there. Just don't throw me off the water or nothing. Oh dear, the ship's going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. It sails on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? Well, she gotta go meet her dad, her pops. We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mrs. Sato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhoda, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. See, just please don't throw me. Just whatever you do, just please don't yeet me across the water and make me drown to death. Please. I don't need you to say I love you and then throw me off. I really don't need that. I really don't need that. I don't need that in my life. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Can I get like a hug or something? Mr. Naruhoda. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Bureau, when I was dragged out of that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me half across the cabin with a suicidal takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about. After that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy, Mr. Sato. When my instincts were right, I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell till then. Sato, don't leave me hanging too hard. Like I need you. Alright, they do their thing. I'm gonna fix my thing real quick. For bed real quick. Because my bed needs to be fixed.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
There you go, first volume. Crap.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
My guy.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the...
And that's the main character's voice.
I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
You have to play that violin.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
I do my thing, man. I do my thing. Wait, what? An actual reason for in-game music.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, let me stop you out there right there. You're not getting the credits yet. Yes, Mr. Holmes? I have some rather awkward news. What's up? The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Buddy, you got that. Hey, man, you know about the extra reason for game music? I ain't gonna lie, I'd take it, but why'd you do this? Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait their station. But really, we would have never made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. You're serious. Instead of saying, you know what, I made a mistake, I'll take fault to it, you said, you know what, let's blame the main character. Alright, I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave here. Hey, I love you. Y'all got a great Britain. Y'all got a great Britain. I'm going right back to Japan with Susato immediately. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato, you left defending yourself in the court. Huh? It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. Bro, it shouldn't even be a trial! He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? The way you did that just makes me want to crash out on Warren Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Spell it out, my dear friend. Oh, yes. I love Bruno's words. I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say...
Objection!
There you go. Hit him with the head. Man, skip this! As much as I love it, skip this! I'm glad you have a skip button. I'm not looking at all that. I'm not looking at all that. If y'all like to, y'all can look that up on here. I'm not trying to look at no credits. This game I've been playing for 5 hours. Technically close to 6 hours. And I'm skipping this too. Heck no, I'm not reading that. Thank you. I will have it at Finn. I will have it at where it has Finn in there. But I'm letting you know, I was not finna look at that thing and just stay there for an extra 6 hours. I've already done 6 hours for Lost Judgment. I'm not doing it now. Thank you for fleeting hours. I appreciate it. Yep, there's a good night's rest because I'm done with this game. Oh my goodness. So I will say this though. I will say this. I need to go here with it. So, we did this. So we have this done. We gotta do this on Monday or next Monday. I'll say that ahead of time. It's either Monday or next Monday I'm doing this. And I'm gonna say next Monday for right now. That's the most I'll wait that long for. Because I will be doing stuff on Twitch and YouTube and all the other good stuff. I'll probably be doing that. I might do it next Monday. Or this Monday. Who knows? Well, this upcoming Monday. We'll figure that out. Oh crap, I did not mean to hit that thing. I didn't mean to hit that thing. Hi crap, I didn't mean it. Alright, look, anyway, look, I'm gonna just stop the stream here. I did not mean to hit that button. I did not mean to hit that button. I was just trying to, like, see what I do. But look, yeah. We are stopping it here. Unless, actually, I'm gonna ask you what. You probably watch. Hey, works out for me. But yeah, I did not mean for that thing to show. But look. Yeah, I will be up there for Monday, or it's gonna be next Monday. Either or, I don't know what it might be for.
But I definitely will do it either this month, upcoming Monday, or next Monday. I will definitely say that. Letting people know ahead of time so people see it. Because I know some people be like, oh, but you'll be saying when you be doing the streams you're going to do it on. I set it up there. And you can actually look at my Discord. If anyone wants my Discord, it's always in my, my profile. My profile has the Discord. And all that stuff. So you can always check Discord if you want to know when I stream and when I start streaming. I always save it up here just in case because I know people, like I said, can complain and holler about it. So yeah, look, if you want to see it, it's on Discord. Most times I'll say something on Discord because Discord's like the best spot. I just post stuff or just say, hey, yeah, I'm going to do it around here. And you'll actually see the thing for it. Honestly, it's understandable. I understand. I just have it for other people out there just in case. Because I can't do too much. Because TikTok, I do have TikTok, but most people don't care about Grace Attorney that much. There's a few people that might look at it, but not a lot of people like looking at that and stuff. So I can't do it on TikTok, sadly. I mean, the only place I probably could do it at is Twitch. But even on Twitch, I mean, I can't really do much on Twitch because I don't have it saved or nothing. I could have it up there for it, though, but there's Twitch and then there's other stuff along with it. Which is fine. I think YouTube's just the best way for me to do any story-based game because they don't tell you, oh, you can't save videos, nothing. That. So, and Twitch, you have to like do some other stuff with it for them to even save your videos in the first place. Depending on how you want it to go, but yeah, we got all that going. We beat the trial, we beat the case, all that good stuff. We've been streaming this game for straight up 5 hours, like close to 6 hours. My mother goes 8:30. I want to be a Sunrise 30. Oh, you want to be a Sunrise 30? Hey, good luck on that. Good luck on that. Now look, I'm gonna say this though. Do not listen to this case core records because they be having some nonsense up there, bro. They literally have the most dumbest nonsense possible. I've never seen a case where a woman throws a knife and throws it at her husband. It misses the husband, hits his little gavel thing, breaks his thing, and the thing falls off and hits a woman down the ground and she's not dead. But she's severely injured. I don't know how that works. Don't ask me how that works. But please, do not take them seriously with this nonsense. They got some nonsense out there. I'm sorry. That's some nonsense out there. I'm sorry. If I see a woman literally get cooked because of that, I'm sorry. I'm saying that there's something wrong with the court. I'm just keeping it a buck. The Ace Attorney got some nonsense out there. But hey, it's funny though. It's funny though. Because I don't know what's worse. That Danganronpa people are the most smartest people of all times, or this game got the most randomest nonsense possible. Like, I've never seen the most craziest nonsense I've ever seen. But they be balling, I guess. I guess they be balling down with it. But yeah, chat. That will be it for the stream of this game. And like I said, plus juries would be less biased. Facts, that's a fair point. The juries would be less biased. I agree with that. Well, I pray they do. Because, hey, I hope they do. I hope they do. But well, here's my thing. I think if I'm doing, the first case, I think the first case just always is the same dude. With the prosecutor is ready, Your Honor. Where I just go ahead and just do my little Weevil voice from like Yu-Gi-Oh. So like I think, well, I don't think they'll have. Wait, will they have jurors? Actually, I can't say because I don't know if Japan's doing that. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, chat, I will stop it here. Thank you for showing love on the stream. I appreciate that for everyone out there, and including you, Ava. I appreciate you coming out there showing love, watching this long, like how long, like 5 hours and 50-minute video. That thing is crazy. Hey, people eat out here, but that was a long video that should have not have been this long as it should have been. Should not have been that long. But yeah, we did it. Oh yeah. I play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! If you actually look at my channel, I play a lot of Master Duel. So I do have a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Content, at least when it comes to Twitch and YouTube. I mainly try to put it for YouTube now. So yeah, I do play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Heck, I used to play Duel Links back in the day. Used to. I don't do it now though, but I used to do Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in the day. Well, I used to do Duel Links back in the day. I'm doing mainly Master Duel now though. Heck, I got this Dragon Ball Xenoverse nonsense over here too. I got to play since Kake wanted me to play it. And Vortex. So yeah, got all that straight. So yeah, I definitely have a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff in mind. I will definitely say that. Yeah, I play My Hero Trouble. I do have My Hero Trouble. If you know about My Hero Trouble, I definitely have that game on the speed dial. I definitely got that game. I actually technically played it today. Like after I did this trial, the other trials, and then I went straight to Mario Rumble because I know I was supposed to do a little bit of it, and then straight up I went out there and I did some what you call it, Mario Rumble. So yeah, there is My Hero Academia stuff I do. Well, at least one of them at least. So there's a lot of other games I do to some degree, depending on what game it is. Like I do Marvel Rivals. I mean, like what else do? Zelda Zone Zero, Honkai Stars. I used to do much of. Persona 4 Ultimax. If you love Persona, I don't know if you know about Persona or not. No BB Tag or Blaze Blue Cross Tag. And right now I got Suicide Squad, but yeah, this was. Well, understandable. Not people know about the aesthetics of it and stuff, and I get that. I understand that. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm like the 100% biggest fan of my hero. I mean, I gotta rock with my hero now, but I'm not gonna say I'm the biggest fan of all times of it. But you know, I rock with it, because I think I'm more of a Dragon Ball guy, if anything. Or if I have to say, I'm a Naruto guy. You know, a little bit of a Naruto guy. You know, and all the other good stuff. I will say that at least. But it'd be rough though. Crap, let me put a thing down with it. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That trial took a lot out of me. I'm not even gonna lie. Thank goodness. But I would say I won't know what is the play or what's going to happen into the play. We'll have to see how that goes. I also found some memes about All Might, Buff All Might, and a magical Grumpet. Honestly, I'm afraid to see that. I'm not gonna lie, I'm afraid to see that. I don't think I want to see All Might that. I think I might be afraid of that All Might because I feel like the All Might might crash out even more on me. Like I call All Might crash out All Might, especially when I play him. That thing gonna be terrible. That thing gonna be terrible for me. I'm gonna get cooked if I let that happen. See that? I definitely see it. I think I might be scared of that. I'm not gonna hold you. I'd definitely be scared of that. But I shall end this stream here, and I gotta figure out what am I streaming today. I don't know if I'm streaming. What I'm supposed to be streaming, what I might do, chat. I will say this for the people that might see this video. But what I might do is I might play me some good old Zelda Zone Zero. I could play on Twitch. And I can play Shadowverse on Twitch if I do that as well. And I might do an old school game. So I'd have to see. I don't know if I'm doing it on YouTube or not. I'll have to see how that is. I'll actually test it after I hold up. Let me see one thing real quick. Wait, where's it at? Where's the thing at? Where's the thing at? Dad, can they please tell me where it's at? Okay, I'm looking for it. Okay, apparently it won't let me know. But yeah, I'll probably be doing old school games, all that other good stuff. So one of those 3 games I'll play and go from there. But yeah, y'all, I shall be locked in on it and all this stuff. Now Saturday, I don't know if I'm streaming that much. I don't fully know. Now if like I'm not busy, I should be free to play those other games I mentioned. Now if not, I could probably stream one game, which might be Zenzo Zero, and just move on with my business. Or Master Duel, and try and make my way with that. But yeah, I will stop the stream here. I appreciate Ava. I appreciate you showing love and support on the stream. I appreciate you, saying, because look, you didn't have to do it. I wouldn't have done it for this long till 5 hours and 55-minute stream. I highly appreciate you being here. I will end stream though, but like I said, if you're interested in there's like attorney type games, I'm gonna be like I said, I'm gonna play this one. Well, the second version of it. What do I call it? Like the second game of it? I don't know, but yeah, I'll do the second game of it, which is this one right here. That will be, like I said, Monday or next Monday. I will try to say this upcoming Monday. I would have said this upcoming Monday, unless I'm doing that thing with Vortex with the Warriors. But if not, I should be doing this game and all that stuff. So yeah, y'all, I will save that for another time. We'll save that for another time and pray for my best, because. Now, I'm going to say this, though. Okay, heck yeah. I like puzzle. Please come join this puzzle. Well, perfect. Hey, look. Because I do Danganronpa and stuff, which is kind of the same thing as this, and Ace Attorney and stuff. I've done the other ones, and I want to buy some more Ace Attorney games because there's 3 more I want to buy. There's 3 more I want to buy, which is the Ace Attorney Investigations Collection, the Apollo Justice one. It's the main 2 I want to buy. And oh yeah, and Master Detective Archive, Rain-Code Plus. I want to get one of those few 3 games. I will say that. So I'm looking forward to getting that. And some other games as well. But that's the main 3 I want to get though. So I don't know how that's going to go or how that's going to be. But yeah, look forward to those games because I am getting those games in the future. Don't know when though. Because it costs money. It costs that money, that dinero. Feel me? But like, look, I'm gonna have to try and see, make it work, and go from there for whatever game I might do it for. But probably after this game, I'll probably be doing like that Sonic game, that Sonic Colors game, until further notice. But yeah, I'm gonna end stream here. Thank you for showing love. I will see y'all tomorrow. Well, it's already tomorrow, but y'all will probably see me later around today, maybe. But yeah, I'll see y'all later though. Peace. And love y'all though. Yee. Look forward to looking forward.